You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
So it's 24 degrees right now, cold start. But the high, once again, is 50.
Yeah.
And from today
buddy.
until next Sunday, we will not have a high below 40 degrees.
Yeah, we got a nice run.
Yep, we could be diddling 70 on Monday and Tuesday, depending on what's going on here, but it'll be highs of 50 both Saturday, Sunday, and today. So soak up the good weather.
Sweet.
And enjoy it. And actually, the one bad weather day we've had this week was yesterday, which is the worst day for this story to happen.
What happened?
Well, in the city of Rochester, there is a very upset mother.
What happened?
Well, she's got a 7-year-old son. And he goes to the Rochester Preparatory School.
All right.
I'm assuming it's one of those charters or magnet schools, one of those things. So she works as a hairdresser, and she has appointments sometimes where she can't get her kid from school on time. But like most kids who have to stay after school, every time she's done this, there's been a place for him to stay.
Yeah.
According to the story on News 10, yesterday or a couple of days ago, she went to go pick up her kid, said she'd be there around 4:30. When she got done with work, she got there, and her kid was standing outside by himself
All right.
at 7 years old. She said that he was pretty much on the verge of tears.
Jesus.
And she had called the school at 3:30 to communicate to the school that she wouldn't be there until 4:30. But when she called the school, nobody answered.
Okay.
So ain't nobody around.
Yeah. So, quote, he was standing outside, jacket halfway unzipped, nose running, damn near crying. And I'm like, what's going on? He said, Mom, I looked around at the school and I didn't see anybody, so I just walked out the door. So she went in Thursday morning to talk to the staff. They immediately knew why she was there, so she says. She said that they apologized and that they would look into what happened, which credit to the school. That's all you can do at this point, right? But what's interesting about this story, and you feel for the kid, it's terrible,
sure.
right? You feel for this mother getting there and seeing your kid in this situation. I also have a little bit of sympathy for the school because sometimes mistakes will happen, right? And all you can do is make things better on the back end.
Okay.
Right? A news story isn't going to help the situation. However, the reaction that this story has gotten is an argument on whether or not 7 years old is old enough to be by yourself outside your school. Because there are folks arguing that they walked to school when they were kids at 5, 6, 7 years old by themselves.
Yeah, and some of them came home.
Did kids really walk to school by themselves at 5, 6, 7 years old?
I guess way back.
5,
probably in
6.
the 30s maybe or something. I don't know.
Well, that person would be, let me check.
They also
how old
worked in
dead.
factories, and worked the farm and knew how to, fix a tractor.
No, but even then, 5 years old is kindergarten.
I don't know.
There's no way. Is 7 old enough to stand outside in the cold for 45 minutes waiting for your mom?
No.
So you're upset.
Well, I would just think
yeah.
anybody in the cold that long is gonna
Cold,
it's
dangerous,
Not, yeah,
kid
it's not
getting snatched.
safe.
Okay, but it's funny. You
It's
say dangerous.
pretty cold.
You don't even know where this school is in the city.
But
But what?
I'm guessing
Oh, yeah.
you wouldn't want your 7-year-old out
What are
there.
you basing that on?
I'm guessing it's a little sketch.
Where?
Sketch Town.
Sketchtown,
Town,
USA?
USA, baby. I'm guessing it isn't a place where anybody would want a 7-year-old
Do
standing.
you hear yourself? You have no idea where the school is. It could be in a place you don't want your 7-year-old. It could be down near Park Ave. It could be down
Park
near
Ave's getting a little sketch.
Oh my God!
We've seen some bad Park Ave all of a
There's
sudden.
always been the odd crime story in
know.
Park
Yeah.
Ave. No, don't you? I know me. I made a mistake and I'm going to try back.
I'm guessing any parent, no matter where it is, doesn't want their 7-year-old wandering around by themselves.
Understood. Now it sounds like the kid just stayed put.
Yeah.
So
right.
smart
He was a good
kid.
boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. God.
What?
He's this creepy old man.
He's being a good boy.
Being a good boy over there.
Yeah.
Let me give you a Werther's Original for
You're
being
a sport.
good boy. I don't know. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of this school or of this parent because I wouldn't want my 7-year-old standing alone outside.
No.
But would I feel like my 7-year-old would be able to handle that situation?
True. But, I just know my wife, when she was raising those kids, if that happened, she would flip out.
Okay.
And she doesn't want to hear any excuse why my kid was outside.
No, look, I get it.
The fangs are coming out, man.
I get why a parent would freak out.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. So let's say you're with her, because I would have this same situation with my wife. My wife would probably be very, very upset. My goal would to try and
Bring the temperature of the room down.
I don't want her to flip out, right? Because her flipping out at the school, although justified, doesn't really help the situation, right? It's not going to make anything better.
Doesn't.
Would you try and diffuse the flip out before she went to the school?
Yes, But once that gear catches,
Yeah, I don't know if you could stop her going to
You
the
can't.
school. Because you do, I would think as a parent, like you do want some answers, like how this situation happened to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay.
Right?
And even if I calm the situation in the moment, as soon as we get home and she thinks about it, she's going to go right back up to 11.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, I know so.
Because my goal would be this would be a run out the clock situation. Just continue to talk to her, so like the anger that is in there would naturally you don't have enough energy to be angry for that long.
Yeah, it's amazing where moms get their energy from. Though.
I would think though, like if you're the anger the next morning wouldn't be the same as the anger the moment you pick up your kid and they're standing there by themselves.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but she's had more time to think about it.
Okay.
Create more scenarios in her head.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You know
right,
what I
the
mean?
mind starts to wander.
Oh yeah.
And like if you have, there's a certain kind of kid. I was this kid. My oldest is this kid. You were this kid. Where if you see your parent starting to get upset with the school,
Yeah.
you're gonna like start doing everything you can to be like, yeah, and then what if this happened? Yeah, and then what if this happened? Like you're doing everything you can to try
Building
and
it
like
up.
win points. Exactly.
I could have died.
Oh my god, I was so scared.
But like whatever I do, it's gonna fail. You know what I would look like? You know that famous pitcher, I think he played for the Giants, Y.A. Tittle.
Yep.
He's on his knees and his head is bleeding.
Yep.
His helmet is off and he's all alone on the field. And it's like, what the hell happened? What happened, man? We had a plan, man. We all went to practice. That's what I would feel like. That's what my soul would look like. A bloodied Y.A. Tittle.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this 7-year-old little guy. He was left outside Rochester Prep for what seems like an hour, according to a story on 10 NBC. His mom works as a hairdresser. She says she does this all the time at the school. She has to show up a little bit late because she's working.
Yeah, she's a working woman.
She reached out to the school at 3:30 to let him know. She said nobody answered her call. When she got to the school to pick up her son, he had been outside by himself, jacket half unzipped. She said on the verge of tears. She went in, talked to the school the next day, not happy based on the fact that 10 NBC is doing this story. School says they knew why she was there. They're investigating. They feel terrible about what happened. But there were people now arguing that 7 years old is plenty old and mature enough to handle what this kid was going through. Let's talk to Skylar. Hey, Skylar, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. So, geez, went to school, in the 70s and graduated in the late 80s. But I walked to school every single day. I never got a ride, and so I remember the first day of kindergarten. So I know it was that's how young I was, and I was dilly farting around and on the way to school, and I was late. When I got in there, I couldn't remember it was the first day of school. I couldn't remember which room was mine, and I remember walking around. I could barely even look. I was barely even tall enough to look in the center window on the doors, and I didn't know. I would, and I still to this day have nightmares that I'm lost in the school and don't know where to go.
Man, we were so close.
Isn't it weird how stuff like that sticks with you, though?
Yeah, it's crazy. I hate them dreams. But for real, like me and a couple of guys that lived next to me, we walked to school every single day right from kindergarten on, and walked home on our own too.
Man, it's mind blowing, right? Because it's funny, like Skylar, they trusted you to be able to make it from your home to the school, but you just said once you got to the school, you didn't even know how to navigate the inside.
Yeah.
Right. Well, especially if I was on time, I probably would have had help, but I didn't. A quick sidebar though, me and my buddy. We're walking to school one morning, and there's a rabbit that somebody hit or something, but it wasn't bleeding. So we're looking at it. It was dead and frozen. And we're like, we're going to get that after school and thaw it out and have a pet rabbit. So my mom comes home from work, and here's me and my buddy. We got the kitchen all closed off, and that door open on the oven, and we got a dead rabbit laying in the oven waiting for it to jump up and start running around.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
So how's the rabbit?
He didn't wake up.
Skylar, thanks for the call, buddy.
Tough raising them country kids.
I don't
Thoughts
know.
of a kindergartner.
I don't know what my wife would do if she came home to find my daughter overlooking
found it.
a dead rabbit in the oven.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. All right, so this Rochester Prep School, I don't know where it is. I'm looking at pictures of it, but I can't place in the city. You assume that it was in a bad part of the city because you're a guy who lives in Pittsburgh and heard the word city and went, ooh.
Yes.
Oh, no. Let's talk to Teresa. Hey, Teresa, how's it going?
Good morning. How are you guys today?
Good. What do you got for us?
I am a school bus driver, and I drive to all three Rochester Prep Elementary schools.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
They're on J Street, Andrews, and St. Jacobs.
Okay.
So that's where the three elementaries are. those schools get out at 2:50 in the afternoon.
Oh, so the poor kid was there for an hour and a half. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, they actually start releasing the students at 2:50.
Well, you never hear J Street in the news. Really.
Where about? Hey, where's J Street?
Over where I don't go.
Where's it, Tommy?
My car can't go that way.
She even gives you where it is, and you can't tell me where it is.
It's J. Whatever comes after J.
You don't even know the letter of the alphabet that comes after J. And if you were trying to figure it out, we'd have to sit there you saying 15 letters to get there. Hey, Teresa, let me ask you a question, because, you work in this business, right? And I do want to be clear, right? I feel terrible for this kid. I feel terrible for this mother. You don't want this to happen.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, mistakes do happen. When they do happen, most of the time they're not, what's the word I'm looking for, malicious mistakes.
No.
Teresa,
Right.
I'm sure you've made a mistake or two in your job as a bus driver. Like, how do you humbly go to somebody and be like, look, I'm really sorry, when you know they're over the moon furious because it was their kid involved?
You have to take responsibility right away and let them know that, hey, it's not going to happen again. Most times once you say, I did it, I'm sorry, take responsibility for it, the parents will start calming down.
Okay, so you're saying that there is a way to repair that relationship as long as you are
Admit
open.
it up front,
and
yeah.
forthright.
Open up front, humble, oh my God, I'm sorry this happened. And 9 times out of 10, the parents will take it down a notch, and then you can start rebuilding that rapport and trust with them again.
Well, that's smooth talking Teresa you're hearing right here.
Hey.
Teresa, have a good day at school today. I appreciate the call.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
All right, there goes Teresa. Tommy's still trying to place in his head where this school is, which is pointless because you have no direct. You've lived in this area for 30 years.
I haven't lived in that area.
You
in 30
lived
years.
in the city for a while.
Yeah, but I lived in that part of the city.
She gave you 3 different parts. Bro, that part
I
of the
know
city.
Jay's bad.
That part of the city could be 2 blocks from where you lived, and you wouldn't know.
I know Jay bad.
J-Bad.
Jay bad.
J-Bad, one of my favorite early 90s rappers.
Jay bad.
J-Bad.
He even moved out.
To K-Bad.
We got a tweet from Andrea who said, I walked by myself to school in 1st and 2nd grade. This would be 76, 77. It was all good until the time I had a terrible earache and the school made me walk home by myself in a snowstorm.
Oh, man.
By the time I got home, my eardrum had burst.
Oh, my God.
All right, so maybe it is too young to walk to school.
Can you
by
imagine
yourself.
if that happened to me back then? What that would have sounded like when I got home?
My ears, it really hurt.
We got a dynamite zeros haircut breaker for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday, you know what that means.
Yeah, buddy, we gonna creep it out.
That's right. All the disgusting things Tommy has said all week long. It's Creep Kept coming at you on CMF. And you know what's weird?
What's up?
There's gonna be a couple of kid things up front this morning. We're gonna give you a heads up. 'Cause
Okay.
right after 7 o'clock, there is a 26-year-old father who is in some serious trouble.
26-year-old daddy.
Yep, because he allowed his young son to do something that by law he is not allowed to do.
Okay.
Even harmful to his health. And look,
What the hell did he do?
it's not great, man. It is not great.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Almost all of us have been allowed by some, quote, responsible adult
Yeah.
before legal to try, do, attempt something
Oh.
that if the police would have found out, well, maybe
Yeah.
not back in the day would have done something,
All right.
but it would be illegal now. The question is, were you this young? We'll get to that just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom.
Yeah, what's going on?
Look, man, a story of an old person putting their car through something is not like a surprising story.
No,
anymore,
no.
Which is a problem.
Oh, yeah.
However, we have never seen a story like this.
Like what they hit?
Well, look, driving into a restaurant is bad.
Yeah.
Driving into an apartment building is bad.
Something new?
Putting your car, it's new, and to put it in this specific thing,
Wow.
we'll tell you all about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Just another run-of-the-mill old person slamming a car through something a car isn't supposed to go to. And the fact that we continue to have these conversations, yet no laws ever change about anything, that's alarming. But we're not going to talk about that here.
Okay, what?
What we're going to talk about is how someone could put this thing into this other thing.
So this is maybe a first?
Yeah, it has to be. At least indoors. And everyone goes, well, accidents happen.
What are you going to do?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF, just after 6:45. It's important to admit when you're wrong. And you and I yesterday could not have been more wrong about the scenario we painted in our heads with this story.
Oh.
Because St. John Fisher was locked down, and someone was able to disarm a knife attacker that was coming at them.
So this guy had the karate chop.
There may have been a
Jiu-jitsu.
karate chop, but it wasn't that guy. And we owe Kimmy an apology.
Like a short guy? Or?
She called this yesterday, and we laughed at her.
What'd she say?
We'll get into it. Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes from just west of us. A 60-year-old woman is safe after driving her car through a glass wall of a hotel and putting her crossover SUV into the pool.
Oh, my
Wait,
gosh.
she went into the indoor pool?
Ooh.
Damn.
Now, we don't know why she was in that area, but police say that she drove. You've seen the glass enclosures,
Yeah.
right, at the hotels.
Well, I'm thinking like the Holodome on Jefferson Road. Like you could see the pool right there.
You got it, yeah.
Boom.
Police believe she mistook the brake for the gas,
That's usually the story.
plowed through the glass wall, and she literally put her car into the pool. What's brilliant about this picture, because there's a picture of it. First of all, there's a guy in a scuba suit in the pool. The pool is like 5 foot deep at the most.
Where did that guy come from with a scuba suit?
So I'm assuming it's one of like the
The
sheriffs. Oh, yeah, one of those people.
Gotta
Now,
investigate.
I am curious, in all sincerity. They're not wearing the scuba suit because they're afraid they're going to drown. It's 5 feet of water. He's up to like his belly button. But is that to ensure like if the car is leaking gas, does the scuba suit protect you
Was
from
the
that?
car still in the pool?
Yes.
Okay.
So I thought like
Yeah, it could be.
So like wetsuits keep you warm.
Okay. Oh, maybe that's what it was. But it's a
But
it's a
I don't
hotel
know
pool.
if it keeps like
Well, but
maybe
gas and stuff getting. Maybe it does.
it's a
I don't know.
special.
Well,
Yeah,
but
it
if
could
they're
be.
but if they're down there checking on something, you got to be
Yeah,
in there for a
toxic.
while. So
Down there checking on toxic.
Well, think of all the hair products a 60-year-old woman has in her hair.
Bro, the pool was so shallow, it didn't even get to where her head would have been sitting down in the car. So, like, I'm telling you, you got to go find this picture.
God damn.
The pool is exactly the size of the SUV. It's almost like she had to plan to put the SUV.
So it's that small of a little pool.
Yeah, it's a little pool, little crossover SUV.
Little granny.
Kerplunk.
Damn.
There is a scary part of this story.
What's that?
According to authorities, inside the car when it went into the hotel pool was the 60-year-old woman and a 3-year-old child.
So she had the grandbaby.
Yes. Well, we can assume.
Yeah.
The good news.
Good news.
No one was hurt. Everyone was rescued.
it's amazing nobody was in the pool.
You ain't
That
kidding.
that would be the issue.
Nobody uses those pools, man.
If you have kids, it would have been full of kids.
As a father who
Yeah.
every weekend is going to hockey tournaments with my daughter,
Yeah.
that pool it's like Woodstock in those pools.
yeah, but,
Yeah.
but it depends what kind of hotel it is, too. Because we've been in some of the hotels, like, nobody's going in that pool.
My kids don't
Yeah,
care.
the
Really?
kids-
All
They
right.
will not
Yeah,
listen to
they
my wife.
All right.
They're going in that pool.
They see water they're in.
So let's assume that's your 3-year-old granddaughter.
Yeah.
You would have to make the call to mom and dad to tell them what just happened.
Oh,
Poor woman,
yeah.
poor parents.
Could happen to anybody.
Yeah.
Well, no, it can't because it doesn't happen to everybody. It only happens. It only seems to happen to a certain age of the population.
I know, but we all going to get there. Everybody going to get old.
If you are either of these people,
Yeah.
the grandmother who put the car in the pool with the 3-year-old in the car, or the parents receiving that phone call, you have to be very delicate about the reaction to what is happening.
You're saying as the parent.
As both.
Oh,
Because
okay.
if your grandma, like we just talked to Teresa about making a mistake,
Yep.
you have to be humble and apologetic right out of
Oh,
the gate.
yeah. You can't have any kind of attitude.
But here's the thing, there's no guarantee that's going to happen because there are some folks who just get nasty when they get embarrassed.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hate those people.
They want to blame everybody but themselves
Oh, yeah.
for what happened. The sun glare and how is the glass that fragile where I'm able to drive right through it and put it into the pool? But more important,
Yeah.
if you're mom and dad, you do want to freak the hell out.
And they have every right to.
But there are 3 reasons why maybe you can't do that.
Yeah.
1, this is family. You don't want to ruin a relationship. 2, It was an accident. Everyone's okay. It's not like she intentionally put your kid in danger. But the most important reason why you can't fly off the handle, you still might need grandma.
That's true. But when you say it's family,
Yeah.
situations like that, you're only half family.
It's
Because
still
your mother put our baby in that pool. You know what I'm saying? So like if it's the husband's
yeah.
mom,
Mm-hmm.
that wife can light that woman up.
Okay, you're right. But let me paint this scenario
I
for
know,
you.
I know.
Let me paint this scenario. Again, we're talking about a 60-year-old woman just west of us. She drove her crossover SUV through a glass wall into a hotel pool. The car is resting in the pool, and the car barely fits in the pool. It's like if this was an Olympic event, she would have won. In the car with her, a 3-year-old child. Everybody is safe, thank God. So, Tommy, you say, you're right. I can go, hey, your mother put our baby in a hotel pool. But this happened in the middle of a weekday.
Okay.
Which means grandma could be watching the kids while mom and dad are at
She
work.
could be shuttling errands, doing all kind of great stuff for you.
And look, here's the thing. Knowing what the cost of childcare is, you cannot piss off grandma because you may need her to watch the kids. And even further, if I go, your mother put our baby in a pool, the response would be, well, my mother is willing to help us out. What's your mother doing? Going to the casino, drinking Manhattans, smoking cigarettes all
I want
day.
to hang out with that bro.
But that's what I mean. Like you can, if your mother or father isn't the one
Yeah.
stepping up to help with childcare, you can't say
You're forgetting
nothing.
one other factor. If your kid no longer wants to get in a car with grandma.
That could be.
I mean,
I
because
don't want to
I'm-
get in with Aqua Woman.
I would think
Aquanet woman.
it may
Oh,
be
yeah.
a little traumatic.
Sure.
It could be a little traumatic for your kid going through an experience like that.
So let's talk about that. 3 years old. Grandma,
Maybe 3 would be too young
Do
to
they
really
remember?
comprehend.
I don't know if
know.
you remember, but even if you don't, would that be a scary experience or a fun experience?
But no, the impact had to be
Yeah.
frightening because the airbags go off,
Seeing everybody,
grandma's screaming,
seeing everybody freak out around you the whole time.
glass breaking.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm looking at the picture of the car right now.
The airbag had. I hope the airbag.
I
went
don't
off.
see the airbag off.
You need a new car,
Well,
lady.
look, it's just glass. It's just glass. I mean, would glass
the
cost...
impact had to be brutal.
Bro, I'm looking at the front of the
Yeah.
picture of the car shows me the steering wheel with the door open. I can see the logo on the steering wheel, so the airbag did not go off.
Wow.
Bro, this is the funniest damn picture I've ever seen in my
has to
life.
be.
Like, thank God everyone... Like, there are smashed deck chairs all over the deck.
You know what's interesting too is if you
I'm sorry.
Go
She
ahead.
almost drove out of the pool. The front end of the car
Wait, she almost
is-
skipped it?
Yes, the front end of the car is
Is
like
up.
sticking up almost out of the
Okay.
pool. I'm sorry, Kimmy, go
Right.
ahead.
if you kind of painted a different picture of what happened and then you caught it on the news.
Okay.
So she probably
'Cause if you
drove.
downplayed it, I don't know how you would.
So if the front of the car is up,
Yeah.
did she like drive over the pool? Then the back of the car went into the pool. Then that's why the airbags didn't go off.
Okay, so it looks
Because I had
like...
it like
Yeah.
nose
No.
planted down, but it went that way. And if it's if it's a small pool, she could have drove over it kind of, and then the back end went into the drink.
Okay, so I'm looking at the pool now.
So maybe it wasn't as dramatic of a smash.
Maybe. Well, no.
'Cause I had her like hitting the pool with the grill like down in the water.
Yeah, I did too, unless the tires kept going on the floor
I
of
mean,
the
she could have
pool.
like flown over it.
Well, no,
almost.
because I'm looking. There's a good...
She was jet ass.
There's probably 6 feet between the end of the pool and where the car is in the
Right.
middle of the pool. I don't know.
Damn.
I mean, you mistook the brake for the gas.
She's Evil Knievel, baby.
You know, and so the other funny part about this
Yeah.
story is it says hotel employees assisted in the removal of this 6-year-old woman and the 3-year-old who were unharmed. Again, thank God. That has to be, I would hope, the strangest day of your job.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Because I don't know where the hotel desk is located, right?
Usually up front, right?
All right, so either you,
Cooler
out of the
back.
corner of your eye, witnessed this car go through the pool.
Yeah.
Or you heard an ungodly
yeah.
noise, ran around the corner to be surprised by an SUV full of old woman and itty bitty child in the water.
Oh, by the way, are they staying there?
It didn't.
It's a hotel. She was
Ooh.
pulling in.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, you're right.
Why else would she
you
be there in the middle of the day?
Well, I mean,
like pulling in. She
Unless
must have been a guest.
I assume that this was like a hotel in a plaza with other
Yeah,
stuff.
it could
Oh,
share
could
a
be.
parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, there were also hotels that offer, what do you call them? Pool passes to people that live in the area.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
That was
Shh. I'm guessing they're taking that back.
one of my buddies had a pool pass to the Holiday Inn on
The
Brooks
Holiday.
Avenue. No. On Brooks Ave next to the airport.
Oh, that one.
Back in the day, and
Ooh.
like that was, but here's the thing: it was like the coolest thing when I was like 7, 8. You want to go to the pool? Yeah, and we go hang out at the Holiday Inn Brooks Ave Airport. So let's talk about that then. If they were guests of the hotel,
Yeah.
do they kick you out?
I don't know. I mean, there's going to be some issues. I'm guessing somebody's going to have a chat with you.
But it was an accident.
I was going to say, I'm guessing like
Yeah.
their biggest fear is, I hope everybody's all right.
And then insurance. Because now the insurance has to. I mean, now you got to call. You got to call your insurance agent, man.
Hello, Allstate. What can I help you with? Yeah, car, pool, hotel,
Yeah.
etc. Well, look, I mean, again, with the extensive hotel experience I have with hockey players,
Yeah.
I've seen kids from other teams, their families get thrown out of hotels for like much less.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Like just like banging on doors in the middle of the night or
Yeah,
like
Sure,
kids
but
just
that's
force them.
intentional.
playing mini sticks in
Yeah.
the middle of the
Yeah.
hallway and they tell them to stop and they don't. You put a car in the effing pool.
Yeah. Granny's made everybody's life miserable because now you got to deal with the hotel.
Yep.
Now, you as a couple of this child have to figure out how do we move forward if this is our primary daycare.
Well, there's not a choice. What are you going to do?
There's
Pay
a
30,
choice,
30
but-
grand? You got 30 grand lying around?
No,
Oh,
but
let me look under the bed. Nope, not here.
You also know, as the hotel, there are going to be other customers that are going to try to get money off for what happened. Like, it affects everybody that's staying there.
We chose this hotel for the pool.
This is
Yes.
dangerous.
We chose a hotel for the pool. and now we
everybody's
can't
going to
use the
show up
pool.
looking for a discount.
Oh, this. Like, here's the thing. I feel sympathy for this woman.
Oh, yeah.
And at the same time, you know how I feel about the fact that there's been no legislation passed to keep this from happening over and over and over
Did they
again.
say how old she was?
60.
I mean, that's not
That's
that.
that's
yeah.
pretty young.
Yeah,
still.
pretty young for putting
when
a
we
car
see
in a
these
pool.
stories, I always assume like 80 and up.
Well, they are.
I
Again.
wouldn't think 60.
Okay, again, I'm not saying take their licenses away. All I'm asking is a driver's test every 5 years.
It's never gonna happen,
once you hit
man.
55. No, well, you're only saying that because you now old. You an old ass bitch.
But I'm a Gray Panther, man, and we vote, and we're pissed.
What are
And
you
they
pissed
listen-
about?
and
You got
everything.
everything.
Give me
you,
something.
You get everything and you got everything. What is there to be pissed about?
And they listen to us. Bro, I have 2 full brand new sidewalks in my town. Thank you, Rich Funky. And they're working on a 3rd that I don't need.
Thank God.
I have $1 million walking track in my neighborhood for no damn reason. Why? Gray Panthers.
252 WCMF. We'll take one call. Folks have been waiting patiently. We're talking about the 60-year-old woman just west of us. She, with a 3-year-old child in the back of the car. Police say she mistook the brake for the gas. She drove through the glass wall of a hotel pool.
So that's smashed all over the place.
Yep, and put her car in the pool. Everyone's okay, thank God. Jay's on CMF. Hey, Jay, what's up, buddy?
I do know why she ended up in the pool. It's because she has one of those new General cars.
General cars?
Yeah, the General Lee.
Hey.
I'm out.
Please go.
Yes, you
Please.
were out. You were totally out when you got up this morning.
Joke's on
You
him.
were out when you got up this morning.
You were out.
Joke's on him. It was a Lexus.
Oh, nice car.
Yeah, it was a nice car. Now it's waterlogged. All right, let's take a break.
right.
We were wrong. We could not have been more wrong.
Who, me and you?
You and me. The scenario we painted in our heads
yeah.
for what happened here.
Man, this dude should be held up.
You keep saying everything. You keep saying that, and
Why? I mean, what he pulled. What a man.
not only do we
What a
have to,
guy.
not only do we have to admit we were wrong about
Yeah.
what happened on the campus of St. John Fisher, we have to apologize to Kimmy because she was the one
I
who
did
said.
mention this.
You
yeah.
did,
Yeah,
and in
there's a
fact,
possibility.
you fought for it, and Tommy and I were like, bah!
Well, at least this dude stepped up.
It makes this story so much more remarkable, and we'll tell you the details we now know and apologize to our good friend coworker next to the break room on CMF. This is a lesson in why you never assume.
Oh, all right.
Because when we heard the few details we had about this story yesterday, what we had was some criminal kicking down a door, lunging at some guy he hated with a knife. And the story, according to police, was very different. And one thing specifically that Kimmy suggested that you and I were both like, okay, actually happened.
Well, this guy had some training.
See, you keep saying guy, and there's your first problem.
Man, whatever.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, it's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we gonna creep it out.
That's right. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week, the creep cap coming at you. And there is a 26-year-old father from our area who's in serious trouble after allowing his young son to do this thing he was not legally allowed. Very unhealthy. But if you are of a certain age, there once was a responsible adult in your life, whether it's mom or dad, aunt, uncle, grandma, or grandpa, who let you imbibe in something that was against the law.
Okay.
And one, some of us look at this as okay.
Yeah.
Two, how much jail time would your family have done had anyone found out about
my
it?
family?
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room. On CMF, police have arrested the suspect in the alleged stabbing attempt from St. John Fisher University, Wednesday night.
Yeah.
The 19-year-old man was arrested after midnight, when they let it all hang out, on Jefferson Road in Henrietta. This man was the reason the campus went into lockdown for hours, and we talked about it around this time yesterday. And in that story yesterday, the only details we were given was a man walked into an office of the pharmacy school and attempted to stab someone.
Right.
So, Tommy, in our heads, we had this suspect running into the office, probably with some witty 1980s action movie line, like, how'd you like to play poker? And then they take the knife out, and they sprint at some guy behind the desk, and that victim did some sort of judo move, disarmed them, got the knife, and the person ran away.
Yeah.
Right? And at one point in the conversation, because we did not have a gender for the victim,
It had to be like some kind of like ex-ranger guy. He had to have some kind of professional training to disarm another man.
That's what we kind of all thought, right? In the conversation, Kimmy suggested the victim was a woman.
Well, I said we didn't know, so I said it could be a woman because I would think that, pulling a move like this, maybe you have some self-defense training, and I would think a woman more likely to have that ready to go. What'd you say?
Nagged him out the door.
More in the Poconos this weekend with Tommy Ulay. My wife said, I want to go somewhere you've never been, so I took her to the kitchen. Ow! Ow! Not only did Tommy and I go, bah, I said into a microphone, no matter how much training you've had, there are some men that are just so big, there's probably nothing you can do about it.
Overpower him. So what happened?
Kimmy was right. And this is a much different story than we pictured. The victim was a woman.
Damn, girl.
So police say the 19-year-old walked into the office at the pharmacy school at Fisher seeking guidance while in distress. Story on 13 Wham said the suspect told this woman that he lived off campus and could not go home due to his failing grades. The school employee then offered mental health support, but at some point she said she became aware that this guy may be going through, quote, emotional disturbances.
Okay.
She said the conversation became concerning, and at that point she felt unsafe. When she offered the suspect mental health help, authorities say he declined, stood up from his chair, and tried to stab her.
So he pulled a blade out.
This is according to the story.
So what the hell did she do then?
Now, we don't know totally what the details are, but police say the woman was able to not only fight him off, but then gain control of the knife before forcing him out of the office.
And then like locking herself in?
Don't know about that part. You always go one step too far. Like, that's a lot of detail.
That's a ton.
That's a lot of detail for you to have follow-up questions. This lady.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
So she's one tough hombre.
You ain't, well, tough.
Omelette.
My favorite is the Denver omelette at IHOP. Okay, we need to apologize.
Yeah.
We do.
We do.
Tommy and I are idiots.
I'm shocked.
For not even entertaining the idea that it could have been a woman who fought off this attacker. And Kimmy, you were right, and maybe we should listen to you a little bit more.
Oh, thank you.
What made you think it was a chick?
Well, because we didn't have the gender of the victim, and I was just thinking, like a woman in this situation could be more alert. She could kind of like more on the defense in
Right.
these kind of situations if she felt like she was in danger.
Look, Kimmy brought up a great point yesterday.
Yeah.
Women are far more likely to take self-defense classes than men are. Like, we as men are arrogant. I mean, most of us. I know you're a little guy, so you're not going to try anything. I'm not using
And
it as
even
an
if-
insult.
No. Just point it out.
And even if she didn't have self-defense training, I think a lot of women they're just always cautious in like situations like
But
where,
she
where
also,
that may be a
like-
little uneasy. So it's not like, she's going in there too confident, which is what I think gets a lot of guys in trouble.
I love how we both say we should listen to Kimmy more, and you proceed to interrupt her while she's making a great point.
But she was able to disarm this dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Like that.
Yeah.
If she just managed to
Right.
like get away from him is one thing.
Yeah.
She physically got him out of the room and got the weapon
Yeah.
away from him.
Ka-cha!
I mean, they don't normally teach you that. Usually they teach you to just get the hell out of
Have
there.
you taken self-defense classes?
No, but I've seen it
because
on-
because I think it
all
would be
the
a pretty
girls are
quick
Charlie's
class.
Angels.
It would be a pretty quick class if they said, just run away.
But they do. Like, don't try to like disarm them. Get away from them.
Run, fight,
Yeah.
hide. That's what they say.
All
Run,
right, I
fight,
got the
hide.
hiding part.
Okay, you are a known hider. No, like if you can run, you have to fight. You have to hide, and if you can't hide, you have to fight.
But she was able to do all that,
But
and it
again-
worked out okay.
Yes, but it doesn't sound like it's something she wanted to do.
Well,
It sounds
obviously
like,
not, but she could do it.
yeah. I mean, I don't look. I've never taken
She's
a
got to be pretty physically fit.
Why? Why?
Well, they going to be
Why?
diabetic Betty, from with their massive cankles going into attack mode. Nobody brought in a cake.
Everybody has everybody can get that adrenaline response going, right?
Yeah. Feet don't fail me now. I'm out of there, man.
Okay.
I mean, somebody walked in here with a knife, man. I'm just crapping.
If somebody walked in here with a knife, both Kimmy and I would point directly at you.
He's right there.
But think about
That's what
that.
you're
You
looking for.
crap.
Yeah.
Especially unexpected, like, oh my God.
Look, but it's possible this woman crapped when she started to
Yeah.
feel uncomfortable, when she saw that knife. I mean, sometimes, like whether it's training, whether it's a kick of adrenaline,
Yeah.
whether it's simple life or death, fight or
Yeah.
flight, there are people.
I'm shocked. I'm amazed.
Look, there are people capable of inhuman things. Like we've seen those stories before of like a parent whose child gets trapped under a car and they somehow muster the strength to lift a 2-ton vehicle and then all of a sudden go back to slamming a piece of cake, like you said.
All right.
252 WCMF. Yesterday, at this time, we told you about that lockdown at St. John Fisher University. We assumed that it was a man who was attacked with this knife and disarmed the suspect. We find out the suspect was a 19-year-old student at the school. They were undergoing what police are describing as an emotional disturbance, and it was a woman that this 19-year-old allegedly attacked, who then fought him off, disarmed him, gained control of the knife, and forced him out of the office. So now that we know all this.
Yeah.
By the way, the 19-year-old suspect is facing a laundry list of charges.
I would think so.
The story does become a little scarier after the fact. Because as we were having this discussion yesterday, like the asses we are, we also assumed that this was a personal vendetta.
Yeah.
That this person knew who was in this office, that they went there with a knife because they had a problem with him and they were going to handle it.
Yeah.
And we even had a discussion about stopping a knife-wielding assailant that you were personally familiar with versus a stranger.
Yeah.
Because Kimmy said she believed she could disarm Tommy and chase him out of a room.
Yeah.
Nobody disagreed
With
with
just her attitude.
that. Doesn't seem to be the case now.
So what's the deal?
Well, if this person with the knife was at a point where they could have heard anyone that ended up in a bad spot with them, because this woman, according to the story, did not expect him to be
Yeah.
there and sat down with the kid.
It didn't start out that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
That means there may have been more people in danger than we realized.
Oh, sure.
And
This chick's a hero.
two miraculous
A
things.
shiro.
Two miraculous things happened here.
Yeah.
First off, he never went after anyone other than this victim that we know about.
Yeah.
And two, he somehow picked, you'd think, one of the few people that would be able to manage this in the best possible
Like,
way.
You mess with the wrong person.
Seriously.
Like, of all the people on that college campus, you mess with the wrong woman.
Right? Like if this person is just walking around looking for someone to talk to, they could have come across 100 people.
Yes.
Right? Before or after talking to this woman. And by the grace of God, they picked this person who somehow managed to handle the situation
Yeah.
with flying colors. Right? What are the odds of that?
Pretty slim.
Tommy, this could have been a terrible tragedy.
Yeah.
Right? Please say that she was there for the kid when he needed somebody.
Yeah.
Right?
She's doing her job.
She offered to help the kid. She became aware in the conversation that things are getting dangerous. She was able to avoid being hurt herself when allegedly attacked. And the most important thing, now that we know all the details, she was able to get the weapon from him.
Which is amazing.
Which also ensured, Tommy, that no one else on campus was in immediate danger. Think about this. Even if she was able to fight him off and chase him out, if you have a kid going through some kind of issue or episode that now has a knife and nobody knows he's a danger, who knows?
Yeah. And she pulled the perfect move.
She saved herself. She arguably saved
the university.
Yes, the university.
She did. I mean, it could have been really bad.
Yes. I mean,
it could have been a national or international story.
No, you're right. There are very few stories we see nowadays where it worked out in the best possible way. But this story, despite this woman having to go through this traumatic experience, worked out in the best possible way.
I wonder, we don't know exactly what her title is, right?
We don't know a name. We don't know
Shiro.
a title.
I wonder,
Call her Shiro.
Because I wonder if she works like a type of job that we don't really necessarily think of as being a potentially dangerous job, but maybe it is based on like
she's a guidance counselor, basically.
Dealing with people. Well, that's what kind of you picture, but I guess we don't know.
We also pictured a man. No, I mean, it said she was just in an office at the pharmacy. She could have been a secretary. She could have been a professor. She could have worked in, facilities there. Who knows?
Yeah. I was going to say, like, if it was some sort of, like, counseling job, maybe, like, this is something that they train you for the potential for, because you could be dealing with a lot of people going through things that you don't know how they're going to react to.
Okay.
I don't know. Just a job I never thought of as being this kind of... You being in this kind of danger.
You're right. But the last thing I want to do after puking all over ourselves yesterday is assume anything about anything else in this story.
No.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl, how's it going?
Hey, I'm good, thanks.
Good.
No, my son is a junior there. One of the news outlets reported that he was arrested for attempted kidnapping and first-degree sexual assault.
Yeah, so I saw that. I don't think it was... I want to find the actual details because I don't think they used the word assault, but... No, I know.
They did say kidnapping, though.
The kidnapping charge was in there, and there was a sexual charge involved in there, too. But, Cheryl...
That was his plan, supposedly.
But that's just it. I couldn't find the details as to why those charges were filed, Cheryl. I'm sure as this story moves on, we're going to learn more about that, which makes it even more scary.
Right. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, as a woman, and if he's trying to do something, man, that's a whole different level of fighting back, So,
no, it's
I
a
don't
good
know.
call.
I just thought I'd throw that in there, too.
Hey, Cheryl, let me ask you a question. As, a modern working woman that you are, if you found yourself in a situation where you were being attacked, do you have the faith in yourself to believe you could fight that person off?
Oh, gosh. I think so. As they say, I'm a 40-year-old woman, and, don't piss off a 40-year-old woman.
That's a good call.
Because we got years of anger behind us. Yeah, I think I could hold my own.
Okay. All right. Cheryl, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
All right.
Now that we're having this discussion, gender-wise, defending yourself, we were really dumb to jump to the conclusion that we did because, there are very few men that I'm physically afraid of. I am horrified of my wife. I'm not kidding.
Well,
Somebody
Cheryl painted
help
a pretty good picture there.
No, but she's right. I mean, women
when
over
she does
40,
release that anger, it's all coming out on one person.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen my wife get physical in my life. I've never seen that before. But she's got this look in her eye, man. She's got this look in her eye when things start to go south. And that look has been gazed at me before. And I'm positive that there could be a point, if I piss her off enough, where she blacks out and then I wake up in a hospital room.
Yeah. Well, you've never been assaulted by a woman, have you?
No, I'm not the dick that you are.
Yeah. It is frightening. Like, they'll do whatever it takes.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, and his wife has a machete.
Yeah, she does. The family machete from back on the island.
Family
I said island machete.
No, it was. It was handed down by her father.
Oh, okay.
And I'm
It's the family machete, right?
It is.
Knowing you have that in the house.
Stuff, right?
Well, no, no, it's the most basic of machetes. Man.
Oh.
Like, it makes it even more scary.
Oh.
I hit it.
That's probably a smart move.
Pretty hard to hide a machete. They're not the smallest of knives.
Look, man, I'm doing everything I can to keep myself safe
All
in
right.
the house. All right, so again, thank God this woman is okay. And I mean, it is important to remember, too, despite the fact that she's physically okay, this was a hell of a traumatic event
Right.
that came out of nowhere. So,
I'm surprised. They got to do something for her.
well, maybe it's not, like I said, it's traumatic. What if she doesn't want anything?
I
not
mean,
want any more attention.
But the university has to do something.
Like
for her.
what?
I don't know, but recognize what she did.
What if she doesn't want it? Bro, I mean, like,
Maybe she do.
I don't know. We haven't seen.
Where's my
any-
cake?
Yeah, we haven't seen her name or
all
anything
the turkey
yet.
burgers, now.
Oh, they got the best turkey burger.
That's the word on
They
the street.
do.
Yeah. Maybe that's why that kid was so upset. He got to the cafeteria, they were gone. All right, it's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we gonna creep it out, buddy?
Creep kept coming at you, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. And this story, no one's here to defend this 26-year-old father for what he allegedly let his 5-year-old son do.
Yeah.
Very unhealthy, very against the law. But what's funny is there's definitely a generational difference here.
Okay.
Because if you are over the age of 30, odds are someone, a responsible adult in your life,
Yeah.
allowed you to imbibe in something that you should not have.
Sure.
And we'll talk about the difference of back then versus now. Because I know there are people who are going to see the story and go, this is terrible. Although what happened with my family, fill in the blank. And how much trouble would your mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle have been in if anyone found out what they let you do?
Oh.
We'll tell you the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It used to be.
Yeah.
Parents were pretty much left alone to raise their kids however they saw fit. And there's an argument to be made about how good an idea that was.
Okay.
Tommy, there's a father this morning that's in serious trouble after allowing his kid to do something that is strictly for folks over the age of 21. Yeah. But as bad as this guy sounds as a dad, wasn't all that long ago. Parents had no problem letting their kids do stuff like this, either as a bonding moment, or to try and teach them a lesson.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com.
What do I get?
Well, you got tickets to see Outlaw Music Festival. So you got Mellencamp coming.
Ooh, boy, that's a big one.
Bob Dylan's going to be there.
Well, that's enough.
And the redheaded stranger himself, Willie Nelson.
Damn.
That's September 17th, Darien Lake Amphitheater, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale today, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. We'll get to this story with the dad and allegations in a second.
Yeah.
But it's Friday.
Oh, boy.
Tommy says a lot of disgusting things.
Y'all welcome.
Kimmy reluctantly collects them, puts them in a bucket, dumps it onto the board, and it creates a creep cap, which happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
So what's this brewery operation called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Eclipse in Your Mouth. Mouth to can to mouth.
Oh, my God.
So you can go either way. It's completely street legal.
How did we end up with a human centipede?
Brew sauce.
I think
Crowd control, get off me, mom. This is just wrong. You own my mom.
Because, like, I know, Kimmy, your husband's like this. I have this problem. I have powerful thighs.
So does your mom. Must run in the family.
Yeah.
You like hose water?
I told you, I love it.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
Why? What do you got going on?
I just got into the water game. Big money in a water game, you know?
No kidding.
Yeah, I got this little kiosk I just opened up in the men's room.
Wait. What's the business called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Fashioned Hose to Your Mouth Hose Water Sauce. I'll hose your mouth good.
And sneakers.
Happy birthday. Here's your chicken wing. Mr. Fireman. Papa's gonna pay for them tatas. I don't want to happen to you what happened to your mama.
One of my coworkers. We were having some drinks.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, he asked me how much it would cost to buy a pair of your panties.
Oh, he's missing a grill cover? I got swollen bosom, baby. You don't come around the shack no more.
Opening up on the You Might Need a Salad Tour, Swollen Bosoms Jr.
The shacks are shaking, don't bother peeking.
Swollen Bosoms Jr. don't rhyme. I love chip beef on toast.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why is that of interest to you?
Bro, I got this new little discount kiosk.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Where you can stretch your money.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Salty Creamy Direct from the Can to Your Mouth Sauce. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is. Multiple new businesses. That's how well the economy's going.
Yeah.
Three new kiosk businesses this week.
It's a regular market in that men's room.
Here in the break room on CMF. A 26-year-old man in Perry has been arrested after they say he allowed his 5-year-old son to hit a vape.
Oh. That's where I
didn't
thought we
see
were
that
going.
coming. Yeah.
To quote the authorities, he allowed his 5-year-old son to inhale a vape device. He's been charged with endangering the welfare of a child. He has a court date coming up. Tommy, those are all the details we have about this story. So, if the allegations are true, obviously a bad dad move.
Somebody must have seen it. Like, you must have done this in front of somebody.
Or the 5-year-old told somebody afterwards.
Yes. That could be too. Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
And look, we are not here to defend this dad if the allegations he's facing are true. However, Tommy, it was just a generation ago where something like this not only wouldn't be reported, it may even be common.
Yeah.
And here is my question to you two and everyone listening to the show. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How old were you when you were allowed your first adult vice? Have a drink or sip of beer, wine, or liquor. Have a puff of a cigarette or a cigar. We're allowed to smoke pot. Not sneaking around doing it, but with the knowledge of your mother or your father or your grandma or your grandpa or your aunt or your uncle, an adult in your life who was responsible and was going to allow you to do it.
I will say this. Every kid in the country, every young boy in the country had somebody, when they were a kid, have them try chewing tobacco just to watch their face.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah. Because I remember even Tom Brady talking about like his mother's side of the family was from Minnesota.
Okay.
And every summer they had to go spend time in Minnesota. And him talking about his uncle giving him chewing tobacco just to watch his, and he was like a little kid. Yeah, and that's the exact thing a kid does. 'Cause, a kid goes, I want to try it.
So here's the thing. Like, you see this story of a father accused of letting his 5-year-old son hit a vape, right? But I bet you when we get these calls, and I see them coming in already.
Oh, they will.
252-WCMF, that age is going to be shockingly young for all of these vices. Like, Tommy, do you remember the first time you were allowed to have a beer?
Yes, I told you. So my dad's business partner, we used to go to his house all the time, and he literally got me little tiny pony Budweisers so I could walk around with a beer with like everybody else at the party.
And your age was?
Probably 6.
You were allowed to drink beer at 6.
6 ounces of beer ain't gonna kill a kid.
No, it actually, I mean, look what happened.
Fine?
Yeah. Fine is not.
I shot right up to 5'5".
There are 30 adjectives people could immediately use to describe you. Fine, not one of them.
But how cute, little kid in his sport coat walking around with a beer.
Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say you go to a party because you got friends with 5, 6,
Yeah,
7-year-old
yeah,
kids, right? And as walking around that party, you see a 6-year-old kid with a pony Budweiser
And they call it
can.
a pony for a reason.
I would be shocked if the kid had his own separate beverage.
Would you tell somebody?
I'm not their parent.
Wow!
I mean,
say she cool.
Who am I going to tell? Everybody I'm going to tell is at the party.
Okay, now the police?
Yeah, I'm not calling the cops.
Okay, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll jump right in because folks are waiting. There are 2 reasons why, if you were allowed that adult vice as a kid, it happened. And we'll get to that in just a second. But let's talk to Josh first. Hey, Josh, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Morning, guys. I don't actually remember the first time because I was so little. My parents gave me basically like a thimble of whiskey, apparently, and I had a scar on my upper lip. What?
Like you're teething or something? Then they used to put whiskey in baby's mouth.
They would say, rub whiskey on their gums,
Yeah, but apparently they gave me like a thimble shot, and apparently I started running around the room and slammed my face right into the corner of a table, and I have the scar on my upper lip, and I'm like, where did I even get this from?
Damn.
And the first time I remember, my grandpa actually had like one of those jugs with the 3 X's on it up in Wisconsin, and I think I was 5, and I was like, what are you drinking? He's like, here, have some of this. I'm like, oh my God, this tastes like fire.
Okay, so this guy that we're talking about is endangering the welfare of a child for giving a 5-year-old a vape device, which, again, not good.
Right.
But, Josh, your grandpa, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, gave you moonshine.
Yeah, but Wisconsin moonshine.
Wisconsin, the best kind of moonshine.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, Josh, today, if somebody found out about that, that's your grandpa in this story that we're talking about here.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, yeah, I agree. It's not good, but it's always like it seemed like a good idea at the time. I don't agree with it. I think this parent was responsible for this. I grew up in Wyoming County, and I went to school in Perry till about
You're a country
third grade
kid.
when we moved.
No, but that's what's so funny. And Josh, look, I understand where you're coming from because even the folks that look at this story and go, oh my God, how could you do this? When you tell the story about your childhood, this dad bad, but when I was a kid, it was different.
It's charming.
It was not. It wasn't different in any way. It is the same effect on your body that's having on this kid's body, but we've been so warped, well, that's how it was back then. We allowed kids to have things that were going to do terrible stuff to them.
I remember trying, I remember as a little kid, this one I vividly remember because my Uncle Dom always smoked a pipe.
Okay. Hey, Josh, thanks for the call, buddy. Good to talk to you.
Oh, yeah. Have a good one.
Right.
So you'd always smell it in the house. Like even in the wintertime, we'd go to his house in Queens. He had that pipe. He had like a rack of pipes. So I remember him letting me take a hit off his pipe. And then them getting me like a little kid bubble pipe to walk around with and make bubbles with.
Toy pipe.
Right.
Basically.
So like my Uncle Dom.
So what age were you allowed to try the pipe?
I had a picture of it. I was probably 5, 6.
Okay, so at 5 and 6 years old, you had your own beer and were smoking a pipe.
I took a hit off a pipe.
You were like tiny Hugh Hefner.
I wasn't like at the racetrack placing bets. But yeah.
That's another one. How many parents let their kids gamble underage because they think it's like a fun
Especially
bonding
now.
experience? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's easy to do with those online
Oh,
gaming
yeah,
apps,
now.
right? 252-WCMF. Again, we're talking about the 26-year-old man in Perry was arrested after police say he allowed his son to hit a vape. He's been charged with endangering the welfare of a child, and people look at this and go, oh, it's terrible. And it is.
Yeah.
It is terrible. But you just heard Josh do it. We were all, if you're of a certain age, allowed to do something with the permission of a responsible adult in your life, where you go, well, it was different back then. And if you were allowed that adult vice as a kid, 252 WCMF, it was for one of two reasons. Either it was a bonding moment, where someone let you have a beer because they thought you could handle it, like in your situation, and wanted you to feel grown up. They handed you a cigar as a kid to celebrate something. How many young kids had a sibling born and they wanted the picture of you with the cigar in your mouth?
Yeah, it's a boy, it's a girl, right?
Yeah. They let you get high because they wanted to make sure that you were home, they were home, you were safe.
Under control.
You got it. And that wasn't an uncommon occurrence. Like, even if you were allowed to do something, even if you weren't allowed like that to do something, you knew a kid that was. And to be clear, this isn't allowing a 12-year-old to just open the cooler and grab a High Life whenever he wants, right? This is like hand them a beer on the fishing boat and bond kind of moment. This is, you're at a Bills game and you know what? No one else is around.
Take a little hit.
Exactly. Is that good parenting? Is that good grandparenting?
No, it's not good parenting.
Well, but you look back
it's
fondly.
It's phoning it in, man.
Well, hold on.
But they were terrible parents.
You look back fondly.
I do, but, like, I shouldn't. I should have better memories than that. Like, that shouldn't have been my highlight reel of my childhood.
Valid point. But
like, it should have been, like, fly fishing, learning to make something with my hands, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Doing homework, maybe.
Sure. Okay, good call.
Concentrating.
But there are folks listening who some of the greatest moments in their life was having a beer with Grandpa at 13 or smoking a cigar with their Uncle Hank at 14.
14, 15, at least I give you a little wiggle room. 5 is ridiculous.
Yeah, you don't understand what you're doing at 5, 6, but I would think, like, 14, 15, you're well aware of what this is.
You're not. I mean, you're aware of what it is. You're not aware of what it's doing to you. And even if you are...
You're probably closer to that, though, than 5.
I would guess 15, or 14,
you know what's
15.
Going on.
You've been through all, like, the drug awareness programs at that point. You know what's going on.
Because DARE worked so well for us,
I'm not saying it didn't work, but I would think you're almost more aware than the adult that's giving it to you.
I just find it funny that both of you guys are sitting here like, no, it's bad parenting, obviously.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Well, Tommy did. 6 years before you're legally allowed to do any of this stuff. Sure, you can handle it. You're not legally allowed to consent to sexual activity, but you can totally handle these things.
But the people that I know that did this stuff, like my first wife, my father-in-law, even before I knew her, he was just this alcoholic piece of crap, right?
Yeah.
So he had 3 daughters, and he got the girls to make him his martinis.
Ooh.
And so, like, she was like a 14, 15-year-old kid, and she got to have a little mini martini for making Daddy a martini. So she would go in there, she could master mix a gin Beefeater martini, and then she got to have a little one with him because she got to make one for Daddy.
Is that good parenting?
That's terrible, man.
But you just said 15 was fine.
A martini is jet fuel to an adult.
Yeah.
You literally just said 15 was fine.
Yeah,
it's better. He said it. He didn't say
better.
It was fine. He said it was better than 5.
It's a better bad choice.
You're changing your argument.
But all the people that did this were massive pieces of crap.
I don't know though. Look, I'm not
in my life. They were like every one of them. I look at how they treated their own kids and treated their wives and treated their jobs.
Fair.
We're crap.
But here's the thing, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, because I don't agree with giving any underage kid any substance is a good thing. But I will say this. We always make the argument, you have to look at parenting in context depending on the age.
Yeah.
It was a socially accepted thing. I don't think they understood they were doing something bad. I think they thought they were doing something good.
Yeah, I guess they did. To your point, they didn't see the long-term harm in it.
Yeah.
Because they were there.
You got it. As we bring up the 2 reasons, I see you guys on hold. Sit tight as we talk about this 26-year-old father arrested for allegedly letting his 5-year-old kid hit a vape in Perry. The second reason why you would be allowed these adult vices, punishment. You want to have a cigarette behind my back?
Yeah.
No, you're going to smoke a whole carton of cigarettes. The idea being...
Make him sick.
You got it, right? Did that ever work?
It did with me, by accident. Like, I got drunk in military school because we stole this kid's tequila.
Okay.
And me and my buddy, we drank this tequila, and I got violently ill in the dorm, and I can't even smell it anymore.
Okay.
Should have tried all the whiskeys and boozes, but anyway, it worked on me. Like, I can't get near it to this day.
Like, I know there are people listening right now whose parents caught them smoking, bought a carton of cigarettes, brought them out on the back porch, and made them smoke 100 cigarettes.
Right.
But what's funny is, If you, Kimmy, were to walk out on your porch tonight,
Yeah.
look in the neighbor's yard, and see a kid smoking
Yeah.
an entire carton of cigarettes.
Yeah, you'd freak
The
out.
cops are being called.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
not according to you. You're cool. Let the kids smoke and drink. I'm Kimmy. Kimmy, I'm a cool Kimmy, guys. Party in my house.
There's another dangerous thing that I think a lot of parents let their kids do at a certain age that maybe they don't think, like, health-wise it's
All right.
necessarily dangerous, but still a dangerous thing. Drive.
Oh, good call.
Because that was my dad.
But
He
I had
would, like,
that
let
memory,
us
yeah.
drive well before we were at the age where we should be behind the wheel. Because, like, I had a family member that lived, like, kind of nearby. So, hey, you want to drive to your aunt's house? Let's go.
That's a really good call.
I
I
should not,
have the coolest memories of that. Were just I loved it.
You are all over the place.
I know.
You are
What?
all over the place. Good, bad, yes, no. 5,
But again, the
15.
guy was a piece of crap. So my dad's business partner, we used to call him Uncle Ed. He was a complete slime bag. But he had like cool cars and stuff. And I told you, he had a Mercedes with those butterfly doors that came up and stuff
Okay.
in Jersey. And I got to sit on his lap and drive his car down the street.
Hey, why don't you come sit on your dad's best friend's lap?
And by the way, a lot of secretaries sat on that lap. I mean, he was a huge player and piece of crap. But to me, like Uncle Ed was like he was like James Bond to me.
Bro, you're all over the place.
I know.
You're all over the place right now.
Is there anything you didn't get to do before legal age?
Not really.
Read 252 WCMF 252-9263. Folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Nick. Hey, Nick, you're on CMF, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Nick. What's up?
So I got a story for you. We were having a 4th of July party probably when I was 9 years old, and my uncle taught me how to pump a keg, and every beer that I got him, I was able to take a sip out of.
How many did you have, man?
Probably a lot.
I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't tell you.
And, like, were all the other adults in the party, were they
They
aware that
probably
this
thought
was
it was
happening?
cute. Oh, look at
Oh,
him
yeah,
go.
my parents were there. I got my dad beers. I got my grandfather beers. Oh, yeah.
All right,
It was
Nick,
a good time.
how old are you now, buddy?
31.
Do you have any kids?
I do have one kid.
Is that something you would be okay doing with your kid as an adult now? Uh-oh.
Yeah, why not?
What do you mean, why not? The whole discussion is why not?
Why not? I mean, my dad took me driving when I was 10 years old.
Okay. I mean, you did hear
Sounds
about...
like they were trying to get rid of you.
Nick, you did hear this dad who has been arrested for endangering the welfare of a child. You heard that part, right?
Oh, yes, I live in Perry.
Okay.
Right.
Nick, thanks for the call. My point.
Damn.
It was fun for him, so he still sees it as okay now.
Yeah.
And, we've been talking about substances this entire time. Kimmy brought up driving, which is a great call. There's another big illegal thing that lots of dads were like, come on, guys, we're all doing it together.
What's left?
Todd's on CMF. Hey, Todd, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, we're all forgetting about the fireworks.
Good one.
Oh, yeah.
We used to save our money to go to the south of the border, and, my dad was right there with us picking them out, and then he just let us go, go blow them off. Go blow your hands off, whatever.
So, Todd, were you allowed to drink before legal age, or was it just the fireworks?
Oh, no, we ran the whole gamut. My parents would have been at CPS, would have been at our house. I don't know how many times. It would have been unbelievable. And I thought my parents were great parents.
They probably were.
Again, context at the time. Now, Todd, you have kids of your own now?
Yep,
Are they,
grown.
okay, so did you do this for them when they were kids?
No.
No. Was it out of fear or because you knew it was bad?
I think a combination of both.
Okay.
Knew that, it wasn't right.
All right.
But it was a hell of a lot of fun. I'll tell you, the first time I got stitches was because I was carrying a glass bottle around a pool and handed a beer off to my father and dropped it and smashed it on my foot. I think I was like 4.
Oh, man.
When we were kings, boys.
Oh, yeah.
When we were kings. Todd, thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, see you.
All right, take care. I want to read this Facebook message before we move on. And I appreciate all the calls, guys. I would love to get to all of you. Brian writes us, my dad let me have my first beer at 11 thinking I'd hate it. I didn't. I would never do that with my son because I like beer too much and I don't want him to get a taste for it too young.
So, beer back in the day was, it was just pretty standard varieties.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid to give a beer today to a kid with all the flavors.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to taste like candy. compared to like some old Rheingold stank ass beer.
But even that stuff, like I remember getting a beer at like 13 years old from a quote responsible adult in my extended family.
Yeah.
And they were like, you're not going to like this. And I really liked it.
Yeah.
Did
and
you?
I still really like it. And in between now and that time, I liked it way too much. And that's the biggest fear with my kids is, they say addiction's genetic, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It definitely runs.
So my fear would be if I hand one of my girls a drink at 13, 14, 15, being like, you're not going to like this, all of a sudden I started that shot clock that they started with me at that age. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what I'm kicking off at their brains.
I know. But the other thing I used to do when I was a kid, because my parents used to have a lot of cocktail parties, is, walk around, and if I saw like a drink just sitting there, I would grab it and take a sip. Like, it'd be like scotch and soda, something like that. And it usually was something that looked colorful and fun. Mm-hmm. I did that all the time as a kid, probably starting when I was like 6 or 7.
I mean, do you want to give a taste of alcohol to a kid of that age?
No,
right?
you shouldn't.
You're starting the shot clock early. And I don't mean to sound like a prude here, defending laws, but like...
But a tequila sunrise or a whiskey sour are delicious to a kid. It's pure sugar.
That was just a shot at men who drink whiskey sours and tequila
Yes,
sunrise.
it was.
All right, let's take a break. There are things that kids should be able to have. They can have, right? Like, give a kid a cookie, no problem.
Yeah.
Don't give a mouse a cookie, but you can give plenty of kids cookies.
Yeah.
Adults love cookies, too, to the point where it's never enough.
What do you mean?
Well, it's that time of year.
Oh, wait. I thought we already had
No,
this.
that's the thing. All the orders came in.
Oh.
And if you're like most people, that order you ordered is gone. But the season
Wait,
ain't
you
over.
scarfed it
Of course,
already?
everybody scarfed it. What kind of bitch doesn't eat all of their Girl Scout cookies immediately? Kimmy, did you order Girl Scout cookies this year?
I don't think we did.
Wow. Okay, I'm done with both of you.
Do you know we're the fattest, richest nation on the planet now?
Okay, is that shocking?
Thank you, Girl Scouts.
Yeah, it's the
Was this
Girl
your goal?
Scouts. You now have another mission as a Girl Scout cookie fan.
What's that?
And this is where it gets dicey. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's never enough, man.
What happened?
Every year you think you're covered, you got enough, and then you go into the pantry and there's like 2 of these left.
Why don't you slow down?
I'm not slowing down. Tell me what to do. Now you're scrambling. You need more.
What you gonna do, fat boy?
Well, here's the problem.
Yeah.
This isn't something you just run to the store and grab.
First of all, because you can't run.
You need to know specifically somebody who can get them for you, what time these dealers are going to be out in their spot. Because, like I said, your first order is never enough.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can hit up the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Tedeschi Trucks Band.
Ooh, that's a show right there, buddy.
They're coming to CMAC August 16th. Tickets go on sale today, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Big concert kickoff sale day today. All of that is courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Just after 7:45, an iconic food will no longer be available at Red Wings games this season.
Wait, he's pulling it?
This Rochester business
Why?
is pulling, and we'll tell you the story just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Is anyone else looking to make their second order of Girl Scout cookies?
Apparently everybody.
Oh, bro, I'm out, and I'm down bad, and I need to get my hands on a couple more boxes.
So are they done for the season?
No. So Girl Scout cookies are still on sale.
But the kids aren't out pushing.
They're not coming door to door. They're so smart the way they do this, man. Because you make your first order from some little girl in the neighborhood, a family member, a kid of a coworker.
The standard.
And you forget that you made the cookie order, and then boom, one day, surprise cookies.
Yeah.
Right? It's like hitting the lottery. And then you have all those cookies in your arms, and it feels like you're never, ever going to run out of cookies. It's an endless supply of cookies.
Yeah.
And then you start to chip away. A few things happen, Tony. You're always eating more than you think every time you sit down to eat the cookies.
Yeah, you're never eating the serving size.
Okay,
and
the
when it
serving
comes
size
to
is
any
a joke.
cookies,
2
yeah.
cookies.
No, but you're sugar junkie. It kicks in.
But they're so good. The Girl Scout cookies
And they
especially.
know it.
You just can't stop. Then, more people than you accounted for are going to eat your cookies.
Mean the family.
Well, your spouse, your kids.
Yeah,
all
the people you should have counted in on the first place when you order.
Well, no, like if
It isn't like there's a surprise kid down the hall that likes cookies.
No, but they're also eating more than you think they're going to eat.
Sure, you raised them.
You always undershoot
Yeah.
what you're going to need, forgetting how short Girl Scout cookie season is. And here's the brilliance. The Girl Scouts give you an out.
Yeah, of course they do.
They set up outside of stores in every community on certain days and times to make sure the people who need to re-up on their supply can get their fix.
So is this happening now?
Well, yeah, that's
They're
where
out?
we're at. That's
Okay.
where we're at, and that's where I'm at. I need to
The
find.
reboot?
I need to find, Tommy, a table of little girls that will sell me more cookies.
When you put it like that.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, though. There isn't like a website you can go to that will tell you.
Where are all the little girls in town?
I just want cookies.
Where they've set up shop.
No, but Kimmy,
I
like,
would assume every Saturday, every strip mall's got these
You would
kids
think
pushing.
so, but it's always the most random places where you run into this.
and the most random times. Like all you can do to try and find your fix is to go out on the weekends and drive by stores hoping to God that there will be a table of cookies and Girl Scouts so your long cookie nightmare will be over.
So you can't go online like to a Girl Scout site and order cookies?
So I don't know. I know
They're
you're
crazy if they didn't.
But see, here's
It
the
still goes to the Girl Scouts.
So it's not just a fundraiser, Tommy. The
Yeah.
idea behind Girl Scout
I
cookie
know.
sales,
Teach little girls at an early age how to annoy people for money.
how to be
So that when they get married, they're all set.
Oh, look, says man who lives in his wife's house and spends his wife's money.
What money? What I got?
It's to teach them to be entrepreneurs,
Yeah.
right? So now the idea is the girls are face to face and selling you something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good skill to have.
Oh,
Your father became a millionaire doing it.
Yes. He started out as a Girl Scout selling cookies in the 30s.
Well, he wasn't a Girl Scout, but he did dress as a Playboy bunny.
Yes, he did.
I just give me a website where I can go to that will
I'm
tell me
surprised. Can you buy them off a secondary market like Amazon?
secondary Girl Scout
Yeah.
cookies. I need it, man.
Like Amazon has everything. Every time I see something's out,
It's a good question.
I go to Amazon and they have it. I mean, I get it today, but they have them.
All right, I'm on Amazon right now. No, there's no way they would have Girl Scout cookies
Bro,
on Amazon.
they control everything.
Bro, well, if Amazon sold them, Wegmans and Tops would sell them.
Because sometimes when you buy from Amazon, you're buying from somebody else through Amazon.
Holy crap, they got them.
See?
Holy crap.
Amazon has them?
Amazon's got
Like
Girl Scout
official
cookies.
Girl Scout cookies.
They look like Girl Scout cookies to me.
Okay.
They're probably somebody that's partnered up with Amazon that sells them because I buy some stuff like that every month.
Now, here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. They're discounted, which
Yeah.
makes me think they're like last year's
stale.
cookies.
They're not last year's.
No, sometimes with products on Amazon, you have to double check and make sure the source it's
How
coming
much?
from.
So typically 2 boxes for $13.95. These are $10.98. These are last year's cookies, bro.
They're not.
These
And by
are-
the way,
Does
they're
it-
probably still good date.
Does it say the seller is Girl Scouts of America, or
I bet you it's somebody
is it like
else.
some
Let's see. All right,
other vendor?
I'm clicking on my favorite cookie, the samosas. That should be everyone's favorite cookie. Brand, Girl Scout. It doesn't say who the seller is.
Here's what you do. Buy a box or 2. Take a shot.
No, I
And
don't-
no, but and if
I'm
they
gonna eat
suck, then-
rancid
No,
cookies?
you throw them out. But if they're good, then you look. So what? You're out $13. At least you know if they're good. Now you got a source.
No, because that's torture. I'm not going to throw out
Oh,
cookie. I'm going to eat them, even though they're bad, and I'm going to get sick.
You're not gonna get sick.
I'm going to be like a golden retriever that I got into the garbage.
Do you think anybody has ever been rushed to the hospital and died because they ate a cookie that was so rancid it killed them?
I don't know, but that doesn't seem like
It
it'd be
never
impossible.
happened, man.
I don't want to be the experiment. You also said that about going to a restaurant until those people got sick after that restaurant in Greece got shut down.
Yep.
People had to have like pieces of their colon removed.
Yeah.
On
that gravy joint?
Because of gravy. The gravy joint. Wasn't that your mom's place? Whole lot of gravy there. Baby gravy.
Someone called and said they've noticed more Girl Scouts stands popping up outside of gyms.
Oh, that's
Ooh,
perfect.
That's a good spot.
Hey, you just burn it up, looking good.
Man, it's like setting up a
That's satanic. man.
heroin table outside
Yes.
of a rehab center.
That is satanic.
252 WCMF. I know I'm not alone. You're going through that second wave of needing your Girl Scout cookies. So here's my question. And you're the worst person to ask because you're a judgmental bitch.
Even when I like cookies, that would not be my go-to cookie.
You
man.
don't know what you're talking about. How many boxes of cookies should you go through in a Girl Scout cookie season? And I'm talking household here.
So would you break it down per person?
A box per person?
Right. So if I'm a family of 4,
Yeah.
and everybody enjoys Girl Scout cookies, how many boxes should I order to fulfill my family's needs?
Okay, so we have a family of 4. It's me, my wife, and my 2 daughters. This year, my wife ordered 5 boxes, and that was not even close to enough.
Okay.
Oh.
We got 2 samosas, we got 2 Thin Mints, and we got a peanut butter.
So how many do you think you went through per person?
Okay, so I know.
Do you eat more than the kids?
So yeah, of course.
But you only eat once a week.
Yeah,
the
but
kids
like-
aren't on it.
But
Bro,
he
I will-
goes hard.
I'll eat a sleeve of Thin Mints, and I'll
A
probably
sleeve?
eat half a box of samosas on
So
Sunday.
is your whole family on this cheat thing?
Well, me more than anybody else.
But they all
they
kinda like-
don't
It
really
probably
eat junk food
kind
during
of
the week.
yeah. Goes
All right, so
through a
everybody
schedule.
gets to have fun on Sunday.
Yeah, we get after it on Sunday.
All right.
Yeah. But like, here's the thing: I had like family over on Super Bowl Sunday, and my sister found the Girl Scout cookies, and that kind of wiped me out. And here's what pisses me off more: my wife made the order this year. Normally, I'm a 10 boxer.
Yeah.
I will make the order. I'll get the 10 boxes, and even with the 10 boxes, I'm still ordering more before the
That's too
season's
much.
over.
That's a case of cookies.
Yeah, man. Oh, I'm sorry. Where did something go wrong?
What's the case? 12 boxes of cookies, probably?
I don't know if I've gotten to case yet, but if I could buy them by the case, I would buy them by the case.
Well, you should.
Well, I don't. It's not an option on the box when you order. It doesn't say
Yeah, you
case
just-
o cookies.
just ask
I would
how many.
Yeah, I would check that. And here's the thing: if I got a case, that wouldn't be enough because if I have them, I'm gonna eat them. I will always, no
Yeah.
matter how many boxes of cookies from the Girl Scouts I order, be going back for the second round of Girl
So
Scouts.
why don't you just order like a year's supply and just put them in a closet? Because they'll hold up for a year.
It's
I mean, I'm
hard
sure
though. It's hard though to keep that in. Knowing that's in your house, you're gonna go through them faster, knowing you have this giant supply at all
She's
times.
right. Like nobody knows
And they
how.
know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Nobody knows how long Girl Scout cookies last because nobody's cookies makes it more than 2
Yeah.
months, right?
True.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're in that weird Girl Scout cookie period now where you've made your first order. You've probably eaten all of your cookies,
Yeah.
but you still want the cookies. Plus, there's that fear of missing out because you know cookie season's coming to an end.
Yeah.
The Girl Scouts are out in front of stores selling cookies that you can get your re-up order with, but they don't tell you where they're going to be. So you just aimlessly drive around on a Saturday or a Sunday hoping you're going to come across 10-year-old girls that are willing to sell you cookies. And even worse, when you get there, there's no guarantee that they have the cookie you want because samosas are the most popular
Isn't it
cookies.
Samoa?
Is it Samoa?
I think.
I've been eating Indian food a lot more lately.
Okay.
I apologize.
You mean like Samoa, like the island?
I think they're called Samoas.
It is Samoa. I'm looking at the box. I'm sorry.
Samoa.
I thought you were talking about a different kind of cookie that I
What's
was
the
unaware of.
flavor?
It's like coconut and chocolate and caramel.
Yeah,
They're
it's-
also the cookie most likely to make it to the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Per
Yeah,
capita.
yeah.
By the way, a bunch of
Those are some
people,
thin people.
letting us know that apparently on the Girl Scouts website, if
Okay.
you type in your zip code, it'll let you know where they'll be selling them nearby.
Oh!
What are they selling? I used to love that segment.
where they sell it.
The Girl Scouts website?
Yeah, girlscouts.org or
Girl Scouts of
I
America.
think you said it was Girl Scouts.
I'm always amazed, like, they haven't branched out. And I know they're supposed to be, like, teaching the girls how to do.
Yeah.
Like, they haven't branched out and sold those flavors to, like, corporations yet.
Okay, but
Well, I guess
that would eliminate your
yeah,
business.
because they
No.
want to make money off.
Like,
it.
if Dunkin' had a Girl Scout flavored donut.
They did the Girl Scout latte. I think they did do a Girl Scout.
They did?
donut. Yeah, they've
That's
got
gotta be a huge hit.
Bro, you
Yeah, I've seen
read
them partner with things.
read
I don't
an
know.
ad for the Girl Scout cookie
There
latte.
wasn't, no, there's no
oh
way.
My God,
Because you
did.
would have made an
Positive you
issue.
Oh
did.
my God, you
Because
did.
you all would have, both of you would have drank it.
Which no, you read it. I know you did.
No.
You idiot. Can
There
we
was
Google
no
it?
Girl
Google
Scout
it.
latte at Dunkin'.
I am positive.
I know they
Dunkin'-
had all kind of flavors, but they like said this is like, trademark
yes,
Girl Scout.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
You idiot.
They did?
This was so this was in 2021. They had 3 new Girl Scout cookie inspired drinks.
You read it.
They were different iced coffees.
You're the stupidest person I've ever met. If only they had
Well, that's
this,
a good idea.
If only they had this thing that I said multiple times in a month. Every day for a month.
And they only did it one time?
I don't. It might still be out. I don't know. That was just when they launched it. It was
You would think it'd be a
2021.
Slamola, yeah.
Slamola, which is my second favorite Girl Scout cookie. The
The Slamolas are very good.
Also, your mother's nickname. Look, we're getting Facebook messages in.
Yeah.
And I'm not here for this. All right? I'm not here for you knockoff cookie pushers.
All right.
Yeah.
Because Rick
We
writes
always
us.
get this every time.
Okay, and shut up. You're stupid.
That's
Rick
right.
writes us on Facebook. Aldi's makes the same cookies that they sell all year round. and you
Oh,
don't have-
good. Go to your buddy Aldi's.
Okay, one. I've
Oh,
had
now all
them.
of a sudden Aldi's no good. Oh, Tommy, you just turned your nose up. Look at you being a cookie-ass little bitch.
Okay, look. I've had the Aldi's version of the Girl Scout
Oh,
cookies.
did you cookie, bitch?
First of all, they're not the same cookies. I've tried them. You're lying to yourself.
Nothing at Aldi's is the same. It's all Aldi's.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I won't buy Oreos from
Slightly
Aldi's.
it's Aldi's to the bone,
I
baby.
won't buy knockoff.
Bad.
I won't buy knockoff Oreos from any store because
Oh.
they don't taste the same as Oreos. Just like I won't buy knockoff Girl Scout cookies because they don't taste the same as Girl Scout
I hear
cookies.
Aldi's really it does it great. They make a good Cheeto.
By the way, can I just read real quick?
Yeah.
Again, Rick's Facebook message. Aldi's makes the same cookies. They sell all year round. You don't have to hunt and pay the ridiculous markup the Girl Scouts want. Ridiculous markup? It's a fundraiser for little girls, you monster.
Oh, they made enough.
Are you going to rally against these kids funding the club they're in? Take that, big Girl Scout.
Well, there's a big markup for these kids.
No,
I
they're
also-
not. It's like $5 a box.
I also just think the Girl Scout cookies are more enticing, just based on the fact that they're not easy to come by sometimes.
Yeah.
I like that makes me want those more. Whereas if I know that they're always going to be at a grocery store, like I'm probably not going to buy them as
Yeah,
much.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's that FOMO, the fear
Yeah.
of missing
Yeah.
out. And the fact that it's the same theory for the McRib. It's the same theory for the Shamrock Shake.
Yeah.
Right? McDonald's has got it down. The Girl Scouts got it down. Okay, I'm all over this Girl Scout website. I can't find a damn thing about a cookie locator. And whoever called us and told us that,
I don't know.
how dare you
Cookie locator.
get my hopes up? No, because seriously, if there is a place this weekend, I will be there. And if you got Samoas and you got Thin Mints and you got the peanut butter ones with the chocolate on it, I'll buy you out. I will buy you
All
out.
right, so go out on a hunt this week.
No, I can't. My daughter's got hockey in Buffalo. It's playoffs this weekend. Cookies are
can you-
playoffs. What are you
All
going to do?
right.
What are you going to do?
I mean, you may have to go cookie.
Look,
or Aldi's.
if I can get out there before playoffs, I will happily, on Sunday, eat a box of cookies while watching her play hockey.
Yeah, I'm guessing they set up Saturday midday, right? Mid-morning.
You're going to take guesses, man, who read copy of Girl Scout drink that he did not know existed and has never
2021. It's 10 years ago.
and has never had a Girl Scout cookie in his life. Have you ever had a Girl Scout cookie?
Yes, bro. When I was fat, I did. But that wasn't my cookie of choice.
Did you have a favorite though? Everybody has a favorite
I think
Girl
that
Scout
Thin
cookie.
Mint was a pretty standard. They didn't have all these flavors. when I
Oh,
was
shut up. They've had 5 standard
fat.
flavors forever.
Bro, they had like 2.
Ah, thank you, Bob. He just sent me the link for the page.
Thank you, Fat Bob.
Bob
How fat is Bob?
he doesn't have his own picture there.
Yeah, of course not. Couldn't
Okay.
get it in.
Get cookies right now. Well, this is pretty intense.
Yeah, Bob better watch his ass.
Oh, man, where has this been all my life?
The cookie locator.
This
First
is a
time
life
hearing of it.
changer. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the problem, though.
What?
What's today, March 1st?
Yes.
The next cookie sale is like March 26th.
Oh, you gotta wait it out.
Did
oh
I
my
eat my
God.
cookies so fast that I out-ate when they were selling
Yes.
them? Damn it, Nana.
The next cookie release.
Now I'm sad.
You know, you could go on some site and learn how to make your own.
No.
Oh, what's that gonna? You said it yourself.
Hey, you bake your own cookie.
Anything you make at home that is
Sucks.
supposed to be name brand, it sucks.
Of course.
Like, your Big Mac does not
You
taste
can't
the same.
replicate it.
No, you
No,
can't.
I'm just trying to give you some options here.
Okay, let's take a break.
All right.
Let's keep the food train rolling.
Where are we going now?
Well, look, I mean, you can only find Girl Scout cookies certain time of year, but you do get that option.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you will not have this option when you go to a Red Wings game anymore.
So he's pulling it?
Yeah, and it's been there for
Why?
decades.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's got to be a headliner. Like a staple?
Yeah, it's definitely a staple.
And they're done with it.
We'll tell you who it is. We'll tell you why they're done. And Kimmy, you would think if you're going to lose a Rochester iconic restaurant like this, you try and replace it with another one.
I would think so.
We'll
we
find
don't know
out.
what's coming.
Yeah, but what could it be if you had to put something in there? Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. the end of an era when you go to watch a Red Wings baseball game.
So what's happening?
It seems pretty simple,
Yeah.
and I guess eventually things like this will always come to an end. But if you're losing one iconic Rochester restaurant from inside the ballpark, you have to replace it with another one.
So,
right?
but do you have another one
That's the question.
that could match this?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. The owner of the iconic Red Osier restaurant
You're kidding me.
told News 8 yesterday that their stand inside Innovative Field, where the Red Wings play baseball, which has been a part of both Silver Stadium and Frontier
Yes.
Field and
Yeah.
Innovative Stadium for almost 3 decades, will no longer operate this season.
So they're all over the country in stadiums. Like they're in Dodger Stadium.
Red
Oh,
Osier is?
really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. So
I
the,
did
the
not know
kid
that.
that took over, like from the old man, like turned this into like going into all these stadiums.
Can you Google that just to make sure? Forgive me for not believing you sometimes.
You calling him a liar?
I'm calling you a liar.
He's all over the country.
Oh my God, he lied. I could see the look.
I'm
on his
telling
face.
you,
No,
he is.
I can't. I've been to a lot of stadiums. I've never seen another.
Tommy
Red...
Lasorda,
Damn
after
it!
every victory, would sit down, have clams and linguine, and then a delicious Red Osier with a Jack Daniels.
Did you make that up?
No, I knew he was all over. I know he was going out of state,
Okay.
selling his roast beef. Now it may not be Red Osier as far as like
here
the
we
name,
go. Here it comes.
but the beef that you were eating,
Yeah?
was his beef.
No kidding.
Yeah. So Tommy Lasorda
Shut
put
up. Shut
Red
up.
Osier's meat in his Dodger mouth.
So the owner of the Red Osier
Yeah.
said
So
that,
why are they leaving?
They said it was purely a business decision. He said he fondly remembers times at the stadiums and the partnership he's had with the Red Wings. So it doesn't sound like there's any bad blood.
So
here.
he just wasn't selling enough sandwiches to make it work?
I don't know if it's that. I don't know if there's money, like how much it costs to run the stand, which is weird because I heard he's in Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be. You've got so many choices now, I might have squeezed them out.
I don't know. That Red Osier stand always had people. in
Yeah,
it.
I know,
there's
but,
always
like-
a line.
But I think every year he's added and added and added food to that place.
Line though.
Well,
So-
if he had a line, you think he's leaving?
I don't know what the I'm just giving you the details I have. What do you want from me?
I
Maybe
feel-
he's got to move out to Los Angeles to sell his Red Osier sandwiches at Dodger Stadium.
Maybe he's pushing that West Coast deal.
The owner of the Red Osier says he believes they've sold over 500,000 roast beef sandwiches in the time that they've been there.
Jeez, and that's just your dad.
Look, the Red Osier stand was the most protected part of Innovative Field when you went to a baseball game. So, here's the thing, man. I'm with you guys. This
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wings are going to be fine. They got fantastic food combos up their sleeve all over the place. It does, though, feel like a piece of every Rochesterian's childhood dying,
Yeah.
right? Who doesn't want a steaming hot roast beef au jus sandwich on an 85-degree day?
Yes.
It is weird.
But
how-
it
We do.
works.
We
But it
line up
works.
for it.
But how does it work? Because it shouldn't. I love it.
It's a roast
Yeah.
beef sandwich.
Man, they sold that baked potato with the roast beef in
Yeah.
it, which is
Yeah.
amazing. But you shouldn't want that on an 85-degree day. You shouldn't.
True, but you eat a garbage plate. That's
Yeah.
a that's
True. I
hot.
mean,
Good point.
burger, hot dog, it's all hot food.
You're right. All right, so we're losing an iconic Rochester food staple
Yeah.
in Innovative Field. And the best way to fix this problem would be to replace it with another iconic
Something
Rochester food staple.
Represents our area.
So what is that? 252 WCMF.
Because it would have to be another sandwich, you're thinking, right?
Well, no, it could be any type of food.
Oh.
But you want it, but you should consider how easy it is to eat at a ballpark.
Again, you wouldn't think that a baked potato loaded with meat
Yeah,
and all
I
other
guess you're
fixings
right.
would be
Yeah.
easy to eat.
Yeah, but you're not going to have like a plate of spaghetti.
I would eat ballpark spaghetti. I would eat ballpark
Yeah,
spaghetti.
it's,
I don't
it's-
know.
it's too hard.
Chicken parm sandwich. You could go like
All
some,
right.
Okay.
like Agatina's, Reds, places like that.
Yeah. So yeah, you'd have to scale it back.
Well, yeah. You also scale back Red Osier. They're not chopping off like
I
you
tell
know.
you, I tell you what I would scarf down when you talk of Italian.
I can think of a couple of things.
No, your mom in a cup. No.
Oh, for God's sake!
If they sold really good fried calamari,
Okay,
I would love that.
so that you literally just said Italian wouldn't work, and then went fried calamari.
Well, I'm trying to think of something that's not messy.
Okay.
And like sloppy ass Parmesan sandwich and meatball subs. They're messy.
You're going to have
Fried
sauce
calamari.
stains all over you.
Yeah. Sauce.
Well, here's the
Baseball sauce stain. Fried calamari in a cup. Oh, I'd eat that.
You have to be aware of smells when you're selling food at a ballpark.
Bro, yeah, because that fat guy next to me is so. But Bunch of blubbery guys watching a game roasted in the sun.
If there's a big game where it's like
Pit stained black.
if like on the Office night or Star Wars night, or there's a big player coming to town and they sell the ballpark out, and I got to sit next to somebody and he's eating a cup of calamari.
Fried calamari doesn't smell bad.
No, it smells bad in your mouth after it's over.
What about a cup of smelts? How about a cup of smelt butter?
Cup of smelts.
At the old ball yard.
I mean, look, so Tahoe's is already partnered with them, so that wipes them out. You're not going to give Tahoe's.
Right. And you don't need
You already
them.
got the plate.
Simply Crepes is already in there, too. Right? Like, what other Rochester stalwart place would go good as ballpark food?
You already got pizza, right? So you don't need that.
Yeah, and I don't know. Are there pizza joints? Is Salvatore's in Innovative
I'm sure
Field?
they got
He is,
pizza,
right?
though.
I believe so.
And like it would have to be unique too, because like you could go with Bill Gray's or Tom Walls, but they already sell burgers and dogs in the stadium, so you're eating your own hand there.
Right.
What if you went the dessert route?
Simply Crepes.
And he's
Well,
already
but
got
they-
all the ice cream and everything.
Yeah,
True.
like what
true.
ice? What place? Abbott's.
Yeah.
But they have ice cream.
But they do have ice
But
cream
it's not
already.
custard. But now you got an ice cream versus custard.
I mean, you
war
could do
and
like the sushi route or something like that.
ballpark sushi.
They do
that
have
sounds
sushi in
delicious.
some ballparks.
I know, but I don't want that.
Why don't you want
Seems
it?
a
Well, you
little-
don't eat sushi.
Well, that's why I don't want that.
Okay,
I want
let's make
something-
sure Pat's on board.
Okay, if we were to do a cross section of what people would want at a ballpark.
My husband wouldn't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but most of these foods people would have turned their nose up back in the day, and now everybody's lining
Oh
up
my
for it.
God! Yeah, like the roast beef sandwiches out at Dodger Stadium from Red Osier. Did
Yes.
we Google that? Did anything come up?
No, that cannot be confirmed.
Huh? Well, that's weird.
Can't be confirmed.
Because it didn't happen.
It's a private company. They like to keep these things private.
252 WCMF. The owner of that private company publicly said yesterday that they will no longer be inside Innovative
to step
Field
up.
for Red Wings games. After 3 decades, you cannot buy a Red Osier roast beef sandwich or that beefy baked potato or anything like that. It sounds like they separated on good terms, but they said they believe they sold 500,000 roast beef sandwiches in the time they were there.
So the other thing, I don't know if they have it. Do they have like regular like subs and stuff and like
Sandwiches.
grinders, you know,
Okay.
like hot subs,
Cold
that kind of
cuts.
stuff?
Yeah, there is a sandwich. The Alta Belly Deli makes sandwiches, I think.
All right. So we're out there.
What about Mexican food?
Oh, tacos.
Taco
and
stand?
Oh. Yeah, you get
You could get a bowl.
Right.
an old school around forever, like a Selena's or a Silver Iguana opening up a stand inside the...
Just give me a goddamn taco. I don't need your hipster taco.
No, the point I'm making...
Blue iguana, man. You know, it's
Silver.
made with artisanal meats. And, of course, you know, we also grow around Atlanta's. Just give me a goddamn taco.
Are you not the guy who's giving you a taco? No, the point I'm making is Red Osier is an iconic Rochester brand, so you would want to replace
But
it.
you don't really have an iconic taco.
Selena's has been around for...
Man, nobody can find that joint. It's deep in the market.
Yeah, I know. Nobody can find that joint that's always packed full of people.
That's why
every
nobody goes
night.
there.
You're an idiot. Now you're doing baseball.
Well, we're talking baseball.
Shut
so like,
up. Talking baseball time.
I think you gotta. All right. So, but you only have. We're not a taco town.
Bro,
everybody likes tacos.
No, but we're not like known for our tacos.
There is literally,
It's
there are
one of the
literally
most
three
popular foods.
Yes, three Mexican restaurants in every town. We just did a study 2
Taco
months
Bell.
ago that Gen Z, their favorite food is no longer Italian; it is Mexican.
All right. So put your Selenas in there and all for you hipsters.
I think that would kill. Somebody call Mace.
I'm pretty sure Selena's has another location in Greece too. Like they have 2 locations.
No, that doesn't
work.
make any sense because
Didn't
nobody
work.
went to the first one.
Didn't work.
Didn't work out. No.
Yeah, they don't get it.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Larry. Hey, Larry, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, heading to work. How about Sticky Lips barbecue?
Okay, I would get down with a sticky lip stand.
He's probably got barbecue in there. Like,
I
he
think
probably has
there
like
is
pulled pork.
Yeah, but
there's
if
pulled pork, but it's not. I guess
We got the pulled pork mac and cheese. But if you
Yeah.
can get like a legitimate, like,
Like ribs and stuff, like dinosaur.
Larry hung up. He's
Yep.
going to get ribs right now.
Can you get chicken wings there?
Ooh.
Like all type, like a, you know, like a.
I don't ever remember eating a chicken
surprisingly,
wing.
I don't think you can.
But maybe that's because there's a lot of leftover garbage. Like, do you want some guy throwing his bones on the ground
Yeah.
next to you?
They throw everything else on the
It would
ground.
be pretty messy.
Right?
Yeah, but it's all pretty messy.
You don't eat ballpark food.
Oh, how
you
about
bitch.
boneless chicken wing?
That's called a chicken finger, and they do sell that.
Yeah.
And those are for babies.
You give a baby chicken wing?
One of my favorite books, if you give a baby a chicken wing,
Yeah.
he's going to ask for blue cheese. All right, everybody do some thinking. Because Dan Mason over at Innovative Field, he's always opened up phone calls anytime from people that want to help him
Yeah,
with
so
his
he's
job.
just dying to hear all your dumb ideas. And by the way, you shot down half my good ideas.
Because you didn't have any good ideas.
I had calamari.
Calamari would be terrible.
I
at
had
it.
a submarine sandwich.
They already sell those.
We don't know that.
I know. It's the Alta
Like a
Belly
really
Deli.
good-
Alta Belly
Probably
Deli.
deli. All right, but you sure they sell like a nice sub?
I
or
think
like
so.
how about like
Sandwiches.
hot? How about hot sub?
Hot sub?
Hot sub, come true.
I mean,
like a Philly cheesesteak.
Okay, but what's
Come on.
What, Philly Stakeout? But that doesn't. I mean, Philly Stakeout's great, but it's not. I mean, it's a Rochester business, but like Philly Steak doesn't say Rochester. Red Osier said Rochester.
It did.
Salinas has been in the city of Rochester for years and years and years. I could do Philly Steak, but they also sell a Philly Steak already.
All right.
It's got to be Mexican.
All right.
We've decided.
Salinas.
Call Salinas. Call the Silver Iguana.
Here's your hipster taco.
If you go to those places, you idiot. You're dressed to eat a hipster taco right now. You got a turtleneck sweater and a shacket on with your beetle boots all zipped up. I don't want hipster tacos. Well, it turns out Red Osier is not the only place closing. Now, the restaurant still will be open.
Yeah. Who else is closing up?
One of the titans of the department store game has announced they're shrinking again.
Oh, wow.
And it looks like maybe it's just a matter of time before you're not allowed to walk into one of these places anymore.
Okay.
And that creates a problem. Because if I need pants right now, where do I buy them? And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Picture this, Tommy.
What's that, buddy?
You have something to do with your wife.
Okay.
You need a nice pair of pants to wear.
Yeah,
So you
trousers.
Yeah. So you go in your closet, you
Yeah.
grab something you haven't worn in months.
Yeah.
They don't fit.
Man, the slacks are a little tight, pants.
We've all been there, right? Like,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the most common, having to put on, like, nice clothing.
Yeah,
store.
you don't wear them that often.
Yeah. So you just run out and grab a new pair of pants real quick.
You run down to the mall.
Well, after some news this week, we may soon be totally out of places to get quick pants.
Run a
Pantsless.
pants.
Quick pants, Kimmy.
So who's shutting down their pants game?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Macy's, the department store.
Oh, yeah, they're cutting back, right?
They announced this week they'll be closing 50 stores nationwide by the end of the year and 150 stores by the end of 2026.
Wait, what's that parade going to look like eventually? Some guy just pushing a cart along?
It's laid off workers, just
Yes.
sadly. Okay. So the company says declining sales in store is the
Yeah.
reason. And when it's all said and done, the company will have less than 400 stores left in the United States. So here's the problem.
What's that?
We all know Macy's isn't the only department store shutting places down. Bon-Ton is gone. Lord & Taylor is gone. Sears is gone
Yeah,
away at
you're
the
right.
Dodo. JCPenney is hanging on by a string. Macy's, Tommy, it seemed, was the strongest of all the
Right.
department
Of the
stores
old
left.
school department stores.
You got it. And not so much.
Okay.
And when you need clothes in a pinch, if the Macy's in Greece or the Macy's in Victor ends up closing,
Like if you need pants, I'm trying to think, where else would you go?
nice pants.
Right.
Good pants.
Yeah. Church pants.
Church, that's perfect.
Oh, my God. That's the store you got to open.
Church pants.
Church pants.
Welcome to church pants.
Bro, you'd have a line down the street.
Here's the problem. We're getting less and less religious with every generation. In 2 generations, I'm not even going to know what church pants
Sure
are.
are. Yeah.
But, like, seriously, if you don't have the Macy's in Greece and the Macy's in Victor and you need you some church pants, where do you go?
I don't know. Because you're right. Those are the options. So is Penny's? I guess it would be Penny's.
Penny's is in the mall in Henrietta Marketplace.
That's the only one left. Right?
I think in the area, unless I'm wrong. No, there's a Penny's in Greece, too.
All right.
But again,
they
like
could
those
be gone.
those have been closing. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I want you to think about this with me. Don't most men buy their nice clothes only in emergency situations?
for a purpose.
Right? Like
Because your favorite pair ripped or something.
Or
right?
Or you
like
don't
that.
fit them anymore. So
That too.
there's something's coming up. I got to get a nice pair of pants.
Yes, like every man has a handful of nice clothes hanging in the closet you never wear.
Right.
Like you got your suit for weddings and funerals. You have the nice pair of pants, as you said, the church pants for retirement parties, stuff like
Your
that.
date night pants.
You got it.
And you haven't been on a date night in years.
And then every man has one, no more than 2 white button-up shirts that go with everything.
All right.
And you only put them on hours before you need them. And again, we're stupid because they never fit.
No.
They never
'Cause
fit.
you ain't out of
Seriously.
them.
Yeah.
Your body shifted.
Kimmy, how many times have you watched your husband? The look of horror on his
Oh, we
face.
buy emergency white shirts all the time.
Because they don't fit anymore?
No, because he sweats so bad in them
Oh.
that they kind of get ruined and it's just too tough. Well, and you're also like going to places where you could spill something on them, you know what I mean, or get spilled on.
Sure.
So yeah, we're always, if there's a wedding or something coming up, we always have to buy that emergency white button-down shirt.
All right. So there's only 2 places in town where you could buy pants and they're super ass expensive.
What are we talking?
Would be Adrian Jules, which is like, you might as well go buy a jet ski.
Jet ski pants?
Bro, they got pants that are like, you couldn't believe. Price.
Did you hear what you just said?
And
You would not believe the price of these pants.
and Hickey Freeman's gone.
Okay. You're
So
not-
Hickey, Freeman, those were like, that's it. I can't think in my head of another place you could go score a pair of pants in town if you lose your Macy's and what's that other Von Miller store?
Von Mauer.
Yeah, give me the Von Miller store.
Nobody's going to Von Miller.
I would go to Von Miller.
You're alone. Look, I mean, we're getting messages saying you can go to Walmart, you can go to Target. Look, Target all of a sudden stopped making clothes for the robust gentleman. Like it's all like hipster clothes.
Are you
some
looking for
reason.
like dress pants?
Exactly, like nice pants.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to church pants.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I told my wife I'm going to Walmart to get church pants, she'd be like, "Oh, that's gonna work."
I'm just thinking if I buy Target pants, like you said, a big boy's gonna blow the ass out of those things.
So my husband's favorite suit, it's like made out of this like more like athletic material, is from Target.
Oh,
He bought a wetsuit and put lapels on it. No, that didn't.
so it's a real
No,
suit.
it's actually a really nice suit. I mean,
Target
it wasn't cheap, but it wasn't expensive.
Target, it can't be too expensive.
And he loves it, like it fits him like a glove.
All right.
Like that was something that he wasn't going there to buy, but happened to come across, and he's like, it's light material.
Okay.
I don't sweat as bad in it.
So, you said, Tommy, that Target can't be too expensive. Kimmy, you can back me up on this. All of a sudden, the last couple of years?
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't cheap necessarily. Like if you're going there for a deal, it wasn't exactly a deal.
Yeah, like Target decided like their clothing was like high end all of a sudden. Because I used to buy clothes at Target right when they first opened too, and it was cheap. And I remember looking at it.
So they jacked it up.
Damn!
Oh.
Damn, Target!
Yeah, I'm not. That's the other thing. I don't want to drop bank on a place that doesn't actually sell this. Like this is what they do. You know what I mean? Like if I went to a place that was like a high-end like men's store, I get it.
But those places are kind of going away.
I know, but I don't want to drop a lot of bank at Target for a pair of pants. I'm here for a reason,
but
not
is
to
it
spend.
But is it just because it's Target? Like I kind of feel like it doesn't have anything to do with the actual quality of the pants. You just don't want to buy it because it's at a Target.
Well, no, I've also blown the ass out of 2 pair of Target pants back in the day. What's the brand called? Goodfellow?
Well, you have experience. Have you ever bought a pair of pants from Target? Like you are Target size, where you're not going to blow out the pair of pants.
Yeah, I'm Target's Target.
Yeah.
No, I've never. I've never bought like dress pants from a Target. I usually buy dress pants like from like a gentleman's store.
That means you made it sound like a strip club. I bought my pants at the strip club. I bought my church pants at the strip club is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Folks are sitting on hold. Macy's announces this week they're closing 50 stores by the end of this year, 150 stores by the end of 2026. When it's all said and done, they will have less than 400 stores left in the United States, and it's because of declining sales in store. Bon-Ton is gone. Lord
and nobody's getting dressed up anymore. Like I'm guessing like nobody's buying suits and high-end dress pants anymore.
Yeah, but every guy needs at least one, right?
Apparently not, because these places are closing.
I think they're just going to other places.
Well, no, we need them, but we don't buy them. I mean, we buy them so sparingly because, again, we grow out of them every time we go to pick them up. That's you're right. You're not getting consistent sales. Yeah. You're just getting emergency, I ate myself out of these pants sales. Where do you go? And I see you guys on hold. I'm going to get to you in a second. There is something we men have to prepare for.
Yeah.
Because you have to ensure all your clothes that you can ever need fit right.
It's impossible.
Don't have holes and are ready to go. Tommy, we did this to ourselves.
Yeah.
We started ordering everything online.
Yeah.
We stopped shopping brick and mortar. We go, oh, this is great. Whatever negative thing can happen to us. And we've eliminated our ability to buy emergency pants.
Right. But you can't get pants. But like you said, they're not going to be like right away.
There may be places we're not thinking of.
Well, folks are on hold, Kenny, and they're ready to tell us.
Oh, closet pants?
252 WCMF. Where do you get your emergency church pants? Pete's on CMF. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
The one everyone forgets about, Kohl's.
Kohl's pants. Are they quality pants, Pete?
So typically I shop at Walmart because they have work pants I really like.
Okay.
So I usually go there to grab them.
Yeah.
But I usually go to Kohl's for like shirts, like nice shirts and dress pants.
All right.
And yes, they do actually, the quality is good.
All right, so I'm not going to blow the ass out of my Kohl's dress pants.
Well, I mean, it's Pat Duffy, so we never can rule that out.
You don't have to hurt people. I was just asking a question.
Hey, you knocked down Yanni yesterday. It's my turn to get you back.
Yanni sucks so hard, bro. Thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, Kohl's. My brother is obsessed with Kohl's.
Yeah, you said like he's like a billionaire in Kohl's cash.
He will brag about how much Kohl's cash he has to me. I don't even shop at Kohl's. I mean, he'll literally he'll work it into a conversation. Things are going good. Kids are going good. I got like $50 in Kohl's cash on me right now.
Well, Kohl's is another one of those places where you could get something cheap, but they also kind of have the more expensive stuff too.
All right.
Like not everything in there is cheap.
All right, so I didn't think of those guys.
I don't know, but I don't.
And I don't know how high end you're gonna go like with a Kohl's pair of pants.
I mean,
for
I don't
like
think
a wedding.
I don't think it's much different than like Penny's.
All right.
Or Macy's.
Well, Macy's has some high-end stuff.
Macy's had suits, and you could get them tailored right there. Like you could buy a suit and get everything done right there, and pick it up in 2 hours.
I don't think it's that different.
It wasn't that quick,
Bro, it was like being in Hong Kong.
They spun you around real fast. All of a sudden, the suit fit.
So I remember I got a suit.
Do they still do that though?
They used to, because when I got married the last time, I got my suit there.
Oh.
And they did the whole fitting right there.
Interesting. I don't know how many people know that. Maybe
Italian grandmother.
252 WCMF.
At least I think she worked there.
263.
He just took me in the back and started sticking pins in me.
Dan knows where to get your emergency church
Dan,
pants.
this is girl Dan.
Dan, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Oh, it's not girl Dan. It's super
no,
deep
this
voice
is Dan with two balls.
Good morning, Terry. Good morning, Pat.
Hey, buddy.
Morning.
Good morning, Starman. I was gonna say,
All the best. Okay, Dan, where do you get your church pants, Dan?
I go to Kohl's. I couldn't say it because somebody already said it.
So why did you hang up the phone, Dan?
Or pick another store.
I had to talk to Starman.
Okay, Dan, why don't you go buy some pants? Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, so 2 votes for Kohl's.
All right.
Are guys Kohl's? Is Kohl's a new dad store?
I think so.
Do we have a lot of Kohl's? The only one I know is in Webster.
No, there's one in Henrietta. There's one in Greece. There's Kohl's all over the place. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting a Kohl's.
All right.
And then when that dead cat gets hit, Kohl's cash flying out of his mouth. All right, 252 WCMF. Neil is a name of a man who knows where to get pants. Yeah. Right? Neil, where do you get your emergency church pants?
There's not enough Kohl's cash in this world to get me back in there. They're too expensive these days. But I got to agree with you guys. Target, all in motion, and Goodfellow Target pants are super expensive.
Oh, yeah. What the hell happened, Neil?
When you say super expensive, you're buying dress pants. How much are they?
I mean, we're talking like $40, $50.
Okay, but they're not
That's not a lot of money for a pair of dress pants, $50.
But they're not the $40, $50 quality you need.
Maybe that's not around anymore because they're making cheaper stuff.
No, but that existed like Macy's. You can go to Macy's, and here's what I love about Macy's, which is why they're closing. So Neil, if you don't go to Kohl's, if you don't go to Target, where do you get your emergency pants then?
You don't.
Yeah, usually Marshall's, but they're hit or miss there.
That sucks too, because Marshall's has got great stuff, but he's right.
It is hit or miss.
He's right, and when you're a unique built gentleman like myself and Kimmy's husband, you got to be there. It's like all the stars have to align.
Yeah.
Hey Neil, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I have made so many trips to Marshall's in an emergency for emergency pants or shirt, and you strike out, and you feel like you're the biggest, fattest piece of crap because there's no pair of pants that fit me at this whole store, and I need them now. But what was great about Macy's, and what is great about Macy's, is when you walk in, there's always that clearance section that has like name brand.
Oh yeah, they had good stuff.
Dress clothes, and I would always buy from there. But that's probably why they're closing all these
right,
stores.
Everybody was grabbing the bargains. You're right.
Yeah, I'm never gonna pay retail for it. You know, have either of you guys had this experience? Because we're talking about pants, and I see you guys on hold. We'll get back to you. There was a specialty store that was open where you needed something immediately, and you realized either that store was closed or you drove out to it and saw they weren't there anymore.
Oh, sure.
Because you're just not going there that often.
Nobody is.
Yeah.
Right? The Amazonification of America.
They sucked everything up.
Yes. So, like now, instead of having that thing I need right now, I have to hope to God that Amazon can get it to me in a matter of 24 hours or I am SOL.
Mm-hmm.
We did it to ourselves, man.
So maybe every year we should just buy pants somewhere and just re-up.
Or support brick and mortar stores so they don't keep closing, so you have a place to buy.
But they're already gone. They're never coming. And once these places are gone, there's no equivalent of a Macy's coming back once it goes. Pennies. It's just gone.
No, but the point is, if there's going to be one Macy's that stays open at least for a little while around here, so you can go to that Macy's and shop.
But you might get chintzy selection.
Oh my God, this is why they're closing stores, man. Well, I don't want to go there. I can't believe these places are closing.
Yeah, I guess the next thing you have to drive to Toronto to buy pants.
That's what I'm saying, and those are Canadian pants. I don't know how to do the conversion.
It's very tough.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dan. Dan, where you get your church pants, buddy?
Hey guys. Well, yeah, it sucks that Macy's is closing stores. I live in Victor and a frequent flyer to Macy's.
Now, by the way, we don't know if they're closing any stores locally, so we could be cool, but we're just looking down the road here when it comes to down the road emergency pants.
Yeah, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there, but I'm not looking forward to it. The anxiety's
dress
already
pants.
kicking in.
So where do you go for your church pants, Dan?
Kohl's, Pennies, or Macy's.
Okay.
Not online. I got to see them in person, try them on.
Very particular about his penny pants.
Look, I'm with him. I can't. Dan, thanks for the call. I can't buy pants online. I know you're like small and sissy enough where you can do online pants.
No, I can't because they don't make my size either, man. I'm super small. So like every time I go, the inseam's too long. So I got to have every pair of pants. If I buy dress pants, the shortest ones I still got to take to a tailor because they're too long.
Wait a minute, hold on. Go ahead,
Is somebody missing a marketing opportunity? Like, because there's the big and tall stores.
Yeah.
Why don't
Casual
they have?
whale.
Why don't they have a? I don't even a small and tiny store.
So they do, and it's in Toronto. It's called Brown's, and every time I went up there, I loved that place. I used to load up on puny dude pants.
I know another tiny Italian man
Yeah.
who swears by Browns in
Right,
Toronto.
but that's the only place.
How they haven't franchised that
Yeah.
out?
Well, how many small people are there in the
There's
world
probably
anymore?
a lot.
Any
especially
pockets
here.
of Italians? Right? Greek guys? The shorter people.
We know a lot of small men.
Who?
Look at this building.
Name another.
I mean, I'm not going to say their name.
Well, it's not insulting that they're not tall. It's how God made them. God
Right.
only lets you grow to the perfect height.
Mhm.
Except for you. You're probably fetal alcohol syndrome. All right, we'll take one more call, 252-WCMF, where you get your emergency pants with Macy's announcing their closing stores. Penny's is hanging on by a thread, it seems. Bonton's gone. Lord &
Yeah.
Taylor's gone. Sears is
Where
gone.
have all the pants gone?
Rich has got the last word. Hey, Rich, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
So I'm a little guy like Tommy. You
Yeah.
guys know me. I'm dangerous, buddy.
Oh, baby, you are little dude.
I love how Kimmy didn't want to hurt anybody, and you dropped that line.
I know this dude, man. I could eat soup on this dude's head.
Self-deprecating is where it's at.
Good guy, though.
I can't buy off the rack. I'm a little guy, so I go to Men's Warehouse.
Oh, wait, they're still around?
Yeah, there's one in Henrietta.
Yeah. They got Slim. They can go all the way to Portly for you, Duffy.
The hell did I
they
do?
got
I
it
was
all.
defending you, you dick.
I forgot about men's. You're going to like the way you look.
I mean, and you can do custom suits there, and they make them, and their turnaround is pretty quick.
Wait, so they have a tailor in-house?
They do.
That's key.
Okay, so Rich.
You can buy the pants. They're super long. They can hem them right there while you wait.
All right, so Rich, remind me, you're an Italian guy, right, Rich?
You betcha.
I just said he's 5'2".
No, so that's the problem here. You Italians love going into a place that sells nice stuff with somebody standing there and, I bust his balls about the inseam,
Yeah.
how my collars should look. I love Macy's because I'm not getting followed around. I don't want to be, pressured because I don't know what I'm
Pressured
doing.
into your
I was
pants.
gonna say they're going to help you find the right pair.
No, but they're
they'll
going to try
help
to
you.
upsell my balls. I want my...
Nobody's
I know,
ever upsold your balls.
I know the pants I want. I want to go right to the clearance section. I want the cheapest thing possible. Rich, I don't want to sit there and be like, hey, tell me what this does with the tag. Get the dude, get the tag.
It's not like that there when you go there.
All right. All right, Rich, I'm going to take your advice, buddy.
Check it out.
Thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day. That's too much pressure for me.
I didn't even know we had a men's warehouse anymore.
I think there's multiple.
There used to be all over the place.
It's where my buddy got his. We had to go get our suits for his wedding at
Yeah.
Men's Warehouse.
Oh, down the hall?
No, I wasn't in his wedding.
Oh.
You weren't even invited to that wedding.
No,
the kid. How many years? Yeah, you can't come. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
This is a lesson for everybody listening.
What happened?
Whatever neighbor beefs you have, squash them now. And I know it'll be hard, and maybe you have to swallow a little bit of pride, but you do not want it to get to this point. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We have seen some pretty nasty neighbor disputes here in the break room.
Oh, yeah.
But this one ranks pretty high because an argument is one thing.
Mm-hmm.
A fist fight can get scary. But when someone is so upset with you,
what they go get?
They want all your things destroyed and you dead.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just classic rock 96.5 WCMF. You can head to the contest page at WCMF.com right now and enter for your chance to win a pair of lawn seats to see Outlaw Music Festival featuring Mellencamp, Dylan, and Willie Effin Nelson.
Bam!
September 17th, Darien Lake Amphitheater, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale in exactly 1 hour and 22 minutes.
Zachary.
So get ready to roll with the Outlaw Music Fest here in the break room on CMF. A 43-year-old man in Batavia area will be spending the next 5 years in jail.
God damn, neighbor.
Over a neighbor issue.
What did he try to pull?
Police say back in November, he was having an ongoing dispute with said neighbor.
Yeah.
To take care of that, he set fire to his occupied apartment.
Oh, so this is an apartment complex?
Apartment neighbor dispute.
So how do you set fire to it? Like,
right.
Outside, inside?
I don't know. But I will just, let's all be clear here.
Yeah, this is an apartment.
And he was so upset with his neighbor, he tried to set his apartment on fire while the dude was inside.
And doesn't that also screw up your apartment?
Okay, so
because
that's
obviously you're close enough to have a problem.
True.
Yep, yeah. No, I mean, like that's flying the ointment number one.
Yes.
If you succeed in burning down his apartment.
Oh, shoot. Oh, damn.
Like, are you waiting on your side of the wall with a fire extinguisher?
You would have to, right?
What the hell could have happened?
I don't know.
Unless
But wait,
he was-
the guy was in the house.
Unless he was, the only thing I can think of is, was he just trying to burn his stuff, like a single thing, and it got out of control?
But you would have to be inside the house to burn down the apartment unless
Yeah.
you threw something through the window.
Or set the door on fire.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, I don't know how
Man,
much.
this is one busted-ass apartment complex.
Well, is it?
Oh, bro, this is busted. Wait, where is it at?
It said it was in the Batavia area.
That's busted.
Oh, shut up. Any place I would have said, I could have said Pittsburgh. Oh, probably a busted one.
Busted, but
Busted.
Batavia, busted ass. It's on Busted Road.
Well, that's a problem. They built it on Busted Road.
Take me home, Busted Road. Man, this is, oh my God.
I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the idea that someone could be so mad at you.
So,
and just
Because
as
it
a
does take
neighbor.
a little, it requires a little bit of thought put into it. It's not like a spur of the moment thing to do.
Yeah, you're not
So did
reacting.
did they say he did set the fire?
It says he set fire to his occupied apartment. Yes, and he's doing 5 years in prison because
Wow.
of it.
For
5 years in
I
jail.
always thought arson, you got more than 5.
Well, I don't know if he got arson. I don't know. He might have pleaded down to.
I was like, arson to me, man. I set my neighbor's house on fire. Nah, it's not really arson.
He took a plea. He
All
pleaded
right.
guilty, so it's possible that the time came down because of the plea.
Well, thank God they put it out.
Thank you.
In time, they didn't hurt
Thank
people.
you, tell me. Like, thank God nobody burned to death.
We're losing good renters.
You'd also be pissed as like an outside neighbor, because I don't know how many people live in this apartment complex, but it's like, man, now I'm involved too.
Oh, you are,
Now
too.
this is something I have to worry about, and I'm not even in the dispute.
Well, at least he's gone.
Well, yeah, but he also set the building on fire.
Yeah, I know.
So there's a lesson in this story, and it's a good lesson. Yet it's a lesson no one on earth can accomplish. When you have neighbor beef, the best thing to do is squash that beef.
Yes.
Figure out the issue, talk it out. You don't
Chill
have to,
it out.
You don't have to be friends with the person, but being enemies isn't good for anyone.
You got to be cordial.
The fact is, no matter how well you think you know that person who lives next to you, you have no idea what they are capable of.
No, you're right.
And Tommy, here in the greater Rochester area, on this show, we have seen over and over again how bad it can get with fires and fights and pets getting hurt and God knows what else. Ending the problem is the best and most beneficial way to make sure nothing gets out of control.
Smooth it over.
However, most of the time, it feels impossible. Not because there isn't a solution, because there's always a solution, but because all of us are hard-headed idiots.
Yeah.
No one wants to admit they might be wrong. No one ever wants to forgive and forget. And when you stand back and look at all these stories, Tommy, sometimes it feels like people would rather be right than safe.
Yes, it is amazing.
Which, when you think about it,
Right.
is a pretty stupid thing to
But
do.
most men just want to be right. We don't want to be happy. We just want to be right.
Okay, but that is coming, in this case, potentially, at the expense of this man's apartment being set on fire with him inside. And, like, on the other hand, like, I know this dude set the fire, so he should be going to jail, but because they couldn't squash this beef, that dude's in jail for 5 years. This other dude could have died.
Yeah.
And we don't even know what the argument was about. I bet you it was something stupid.
But somebody just couldn't let it go.
Yeah. Yes. And, like, here's the thing.
What's that?
In this specific story, Tommy, the person who had their apartment set on fire, they are the victim. And obviously, no one deserves to have their apartment set on fire while they're inside.
Yeah.
But we don't know if they had an opportunity to end whatever issues were going on. And we also don't know what they could have said to make the situation worse.
Or did.
Yeah.
And it's a safe bet. After the incident happened, while they were looking at the charred remains of where they lived, maybe they thought, hey, you know what? This got a little out of control.
Yeah.
Like after the fire or the fist fight or the car being damaged.
The ambulance.
I bet both parties involved wish they would have found a way to get past their little tiff before it came to this.
But some guys are willing to go down in literal flames with their issue. You know what I mean?
But,
we've
and
seen
defend
it with
themselves.
Yeah.
But why?
We dig our heels in.
But, like, what's so stupid about that? Again, we're talking about this man out in Batavia, a 43-year-old man in Batavia area, is going to jail for the next 5 years because police say back in November he set his neighbor's occupied apartment on fire after a dispute with him.
Yeah.
Occupied apartment. Like, Tommy, you know, that argument that, you know, we'd rather be right than be safe. We'd rather be, looked at as the victor, whatever. Like, who looks at you as the victor?
I don't know.
Who cares?
It's just some kind of internal thing, man. But you're right. There is nobody outside cheering you on.
It's not like CBS at 1 o'clock on a Sunday is going to air the argument between you and your neighbor, and Tony Romo's going to be there. I don't know, Jim. Looks like you said something pretty mean there. Like,
I know.
Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Maybe your other neighbors are clued into it, but frankly, outside of the drama that's going to happen, they don't care either.
I know.
Like, there's literally no benefit to continue to needle or not accept an apology or not forgive and forget. It's the stupidest thing we do.
Yes, but we continue to do it.
Okay.
We do.
All right, so let's talk this out. How do we stop that from happening? 252
We can't
WCMF.
stop countries from doing it. We're going to stop two guys in Batavia and a busted apartment from doing it.
It's harder to stop countries because you're dealing with thousands of people.
Yeah, but
millions
they're run
of people.
by educated people that seem like this is a good idea. Hey, they came over here to get their education.
It's easier to talk an individual out of doing something stupid, to talk sense into an individual than it is to an entire group of people.
So, like, back in the day when I lived in South Florida, most of my coworkers lived in, like, first-time apartment guys. You know what I mean? And there was always these issues with fights, with girlfriends and drugs and all that stuff. And they just wouldn't let it go.
Okay.
And one of the things that would spur on these things was the girlfriend pushing the boyfriend to keep going, which always worked out horribly for everybody.
So I do have to say, like, you've done a lot of impressive things on this show in your 30 years, right? But how you turn this from men being stupid to blaming wives.
I'm not blaming.
By the way,
it's one of the most...
Don't you think they would blame their wife? Well, she told me to do it, so I thought it was a good idea, too.
I'm just saying, listen, I know what I know.
You don't think,
and
like,
I saw what I saw.
You don't think, like, single, older, lonely men could make this decision themselves?
That's another sad group of people. But I remember this one buddy of mine, he woke up and he didn't have a TV. And nobody broke into the house. The dude walked out with the TV because they both did so much coke, and he completely forgot he owed him the TV, right?
Okay.
So the girlfriend goes, well, go get the TV back. And he's like, what do I do? We don't have any money. She goes, just go over there and get the effing TV. So she pushed him into doing it. He got a B&E and got arrested because the other guy also got arrested because he had coke in the apartment.
But again, if they would have squashed that beef, neither of them are going to jail.
Right.
But it's the woman's fault.
But I'm just saying, listen, bro, there's all kind of extending circumstances just between it. I always say this. Now, how bad or good you are in this world, nobody gets there alone.
Okay, good call.
There's always little feeders and helpers that kind of push you along the way. Not that you could blame them.
Okay.
But they are there.
All right, fair statement. So then
blame your girlfriend.
No, I guess then
every time.
The caveat would be if you are in a situation where someone isn't letting something go, instead of being a feeder or a helper, be someone that's like, hey, listen, who cares?
Right, yeah.
Let it go. Let it go.
Okay.
252 WCMF talking about it. By the way, I see you guys on hold. Give me 1 second. You brought up this idea of your first apartment. There was a lot of first-time apartment guys. I would understand why a man in his 20s would not let stuff go. It's the first time you're living on your own. You're full of testosterone.
Learning to live with other people. Yeah.
This is a 43-year-old man who's accused of setting an occupied apartment of his neighbor on fire.
Okay.
Yeah, weird age.
43.
Yeah, I would think you're just too busy.
No, but he's also probably got some scars.
Sure.
Okay.
Some seen, some unseen.
Oh, my God. Now you're going to be philosophical, Tommy?
I was actually being Hemingway. It's the last book I read.
Pretty. We all know you've never read a book.
Well, I saw a movie.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Andy. Hey, Andy, what's up, buddy?
Oh, I was just hearing the story. Could you imagine getting to prison and this guy's your bunkie?
The guy who set the house on fire? Yeah, no kid, man.
And when he gets out in 5 years, does he got to put that on his next rental application?
Have set neighbor's house on fire. Well, Andy, think about this, man. Now,
What's that?
it all worked out here for the victim, Andy, because, he's going in jail for 5 years. But in a lot of these stories we see neighbor-wise, if there's a fist fight, if a pet gets hurt, if a car gets damaged, they get arrested, they're out on bail or get an appearance ticket, and you're still living next to them the next day.
Right.
Gee!
Yeah.
And especially in an apartment where you're literally on top of each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's got 5 years of free rent, so he's doing good.
Okay, that's a way to look at it on the bright side, Andy. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. No, he makes a good point, right? Because there's all types that end up behind bars,
Sure.
right? Everyone thinks of the most violent, scary people, but there are addicts. There are folks who do things for desperation, right? Folks that just come up short on things. And then you're locked up with a guy that set his neighbor's house
It's
on
not
fire.
great at living near other people.
Yeah. Because even violent crimes sometimes, as terrible as they are, they can be explained.
Yeah.
This cannot. So you're with an irrational, unreasonable...
Oh, I'm sure he'll try to explain.
He kept making noise underneath me. I'll take the top bunk. All right, let's take a break. Over and over again, we see that people overestimate their abilities.
Sure.
And this is the stupidest story we've seen of overestimation because it doesn't even matter. No one would judge you if you were being honest. I mean, tell me, how many pointless meetings do we have to sit through in corporate America? And we're not alone.
Yeah.
So the fact that Americans believe they can get through this long a meeting without ever zoning out.
Oh, come on.
Thank you. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, I guess it's natural to overestimate your abilities. You think you're smarter than you are. You think you're stronger than
Sure.
you are, right? You think you're more attractive.
Mhm.
But lying to yourself about this is just stupid.
What happened?
Well, I think if we all were honest, maybe we wouldn't have to sit through so many of these at work every day.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock. I got some good news and some bad news.
Okay.
The good news is your wife, you are not the sexual piece of meat that your wife desires for a night of passion.
Wait, that's the good news?
That's the bad news. The bad news. The good news is, however, you're the person she wants to spend the rest of her life with.
Okay. Well, what are you going to do?
Well, is that good based on like
I
learning the first
don't
thing?
know, but you're saying this sounds like the norm.
We'll get into it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So they did a study on work efficiency.
Yeah.
And they got into how well Americans are able to pay attention, specifically in meetings. And the average American believes they can sit through a work meeting for 26 minutes before they start to zone out.
So they're basing this on sitcom numbers? Because what's a sitcom? 22, 23 minutes?
Yeah, the traditional sitcom.
All right, so they're based it on Seinfeld episodes?
Yep.
So I believe these were just self-reported. Like, I think I can sit for blank
There's no
before I
way.
zone out. Thank you.
There's no way. I can't do a minute.
You're out after the introductions if
Yeah.
you make it through that.
No, she's right. I mean, look, I have the second shortest attention span in this room. I got 5 minutes and I'm out. I'm not paying attention. Kimmy is the one that can make it the longest out of all of us. How long do you think you can sit in a meeting before you are zoned out of that meeting?
It can't be more than a few minutes. It can't be, especially
If there's a window, I'm done.
especially if they're starting out with something that that doesn't apply to you. You know, like,
Which is
because,
all of
like,
them.
Yeah, and
Well,
then
for
they'll go
you.
through.
Why am I here then?
Usually they go through a few things up front, and at that point, unless there's some sort of you know how they'll go around the room, tell us about your day. Unless
Yeah.
you are asked to participate in some way, I'm out.
So you guys missed the old mega meetings back in the day?
Okay.
Because in the old building,
It sounds like a Mexican meeting, by the way.
Bro, it
Go
was
to
like
the mega meeting!
it was like a Joel Osteen mega church meeting. So they had like an auditorium in the old building.
Do they have a band and stuff too?
You could book bands in this thing.
Okay.
So it was an all staff after the show, like everybody, sales, engineering, and all the department heads had to get up, and they did it once a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
And everybody from these different department heads would get up there. But you got a bunch of jackhole morning shows. We're just doing it turned into high school. We're just all giggling and making jokes and laughing at everybody's haircut and who's fat. Nobody got anything out of these meetings, and they did them monthly.
So I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
I think I'm in and out, especially if there's a slideshow involved. Because when they change the slide, I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then I'm out again until they go to the next. Like, if they spend too long on one picture or one graph, I'm out.
And they will.
Yeah.
And by the way, you talk about jackass morning show thing. I don't think that's exclusive to our business. I think that in every single corporate meeting, there are 2 or 3 idiots.
It turns into high school.
Exactly. And I'm convinced because Tommy does not have to go to any meeting. You never go to
There's a
meetings.
reason.
One, because when you and I sit together, the meeting gets completely derailed because they can hear us giggling.
Yeah.
So much so that Kimmy now refuses to sit near us
Yes.
in meetings that you and I both
She acts like
have
she
to be
doesn't
in.
know us.
It's like legit, which by the way really pisses me off, Kimmy. The fact that you won't sit near Tommy and I in meetings when we have to all go together.
And you know all the clever things that we could say.
Well, I don't want to look like I'm ganging up on anybody. So everybody knows that
Well,
when
you
you
never
two are
do
in
anything
there,
like that.
everybody knows that you're just going to make fun of somebody
Yeah.
to the point where they will avoid you guys. And I don't
Right.
want to be looped in that group.
Company Kimmy you talking about?
Oh, she's big time. Company Kimmy.
I will say, speaking though of people you sit around, if
Mm-hmm.
somebody is breathing too heavy, I can't pay attention to anything.
Oh, so everyone that we work with.
Yeah, we got some heavy breathing.
If somebody's
bro.
breathing too heavy or making a weird noise or doing something like moving around, I'm only focused now on that person.
252 WCMF 252-9263. A new study about work efficiency says that the average American can sit through 26 minutes of a meeting at work without zoning out. Now, they did this based on asking people how long they think they could sit. I would love to put 1,000 people in a room.
Yeah.
Make them sit through a work meeting, and then when they start to zone out, have them push a button.
Yes.
Oh.
That's the only
But
way.
you forget to push the button.
But like those numbers would have to be no more than 10 minutes for
Yeah.
anybody.
Yeah.
I don't care how focused you are.
And you're struggling for 10.
Like, are there people that enjoy going to these meetings?
Well,
that,
there always was that one or two Like, we're wrapping things up.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody have any questions?
They
And
feel
you know,
they
like,
have to.
all right, we've been here for an hour.
Yes.
They've covered everything. And here goes that dick with his hand up. And that sets off the other one. There was always at least 1 to 3 in a group of 20 that have follow-up pointless questions.
You're right. And it's always the same people every time.
Like, the people that are running the meeting are done. We're ready. They want to leave, but they have to say it.
Well, look, I never think those people are interested. I think they're just trying to look good.
Yeah, because it's always some specific situation that only applies to them, maybe.
Okay, so I'm going to share this now at the expense of blowing it working, but I want to help everybody listening. If you have one of those people in your office, your work site, whatever, and they want to ask the question at the end of the meeting.
Follow-up guy.
There's a way to beat them, but you have to head them off at the pass.
Yeah, but you can't bring a gun to work.
The way to stop the extra questions is when you feel the boss wrapping up, before they can finish the last sentence, you start to clap.
Okay.
And everyone else will start to clap. It's a natural human response. Once one
So you got to
person
break
claps,
out into like the Arsenio Hall show.
Look, it's going to make you look like a
That
kiss
person's
ass.
still going to push through with their question.
If everybody starts clapping, I've seen it. I've
They could
seen
shut
it.
them down.
I've done
All
it
right.
because there is one person who is on microphone in this building who is notorious for being questioned person.
Yes.
And I have watched that person put their hand back down
All right.
and start clapping because they don't want to be the
That's
only
a
one
good
not
tip.
clapping.
Is it weird to clap after a meeting?
Well, no, you're saying, hey, man, you nailed it.
I wouldn't do it. I'm not applauding
It's a bravo.
Look,
I can't remember the last time I was at a meeting where people applauded after.
when I did that so we could get out of there faster.
Maybe I just don't recall.
I find it interesting. Like, here's the other thing. Where you can clap and get other people to start clapping. Because I'll also do it throughout the meeting, like when someone makes a point, and I'll keep a serious face. And nobody realizes I'm doing it to be a dick. If you start clapping, someone else will start clapping.
Yeah, it's contagious.
Which will pressure someone else. You can get multiple rounds of applause at a standard meeting. Try it.
Yeah, but the problem here now with your theory is Zoom. Most of our meetings, at least, have moved to like the Zoom into the Zoom world. So it's not like we have all that many meetings in person that are with like a big group anymore. So how do you get out of? Because you're still stuck on Zoom. Like if the meeting's still going on, you still have to be connected.
All right. I haven't tried the Zoom clap. The Zoom clap might work.
Yeah.
Zoom.
It looks a little jilted.
Yeah, but you might have
stilted, like or kind of, yeah.
You look like Max Headroom.
Yeah, or something else.
I don't know.
252 WCMF. We'll take one call. Again, the average American believes they can sit through 26 minutes of a meeting at work without zoning out, which means the average American is a liar. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good, man. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, so the last place I worked at, we had company meetings every freaking Wednesday morning, and it was the most god-awful meetings of all time because they would go about, at the very longest, it would be like an hour
Where's
and a
that
half.
button?
Well, you had 90-minute meetings every morning?
Every Wednesday.
Not every
Wednesday, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, thanks.
1 minute call, he's lost the audience.
No, we're not even at a minute. We are at
I don't think we made it
43
30
seconds.
But yeah, it was always the same crap every single week. It's like, I don't know. It was terrible, but
Ben,
yeah.
did you call up to complain about pointless meetings with no point to make at the end of your call?
Hell yeah, I did. I don't care, man.
Okay, look, we're not hurting your tongue today. Be better, Ben. Be better, all right?
I'll try.
All right, thank you, Ben.
Have a good weekend,
Bye.
guys.
Bye. Have a good rest of the day. All meetings suck.
All meetings have a bed.
Oh, yeah. Put that on a shirt.
But the meetings that suck the most, and Ben brings this up, there is something we could pull out of his 43 seconds before I zoned out.
What's that?
The folks that have a meeting just to have a meeting because they feel like they have to look like they're doing their job.
Yeah.
Because that's what sounds like Ben was experiencing. And we've all been there before, right? Like, this does not have to happen. All you are doing is justifying the salary that you don't deserve to make.
Yeah.
So stop it. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Look, there's good information here.
Okay.
And there's devastating information here for you men and all and your wives.
Okay.
And we have this thing on the show, this theory, that men call women right because women are afraid to get on the air because this tiny, itty-bitty little bulldog is going to be like, oh, mom, skank, you ugly, you fat.
Don't forget her cankles.
Ladies, we need you.
All right.
Because I don't know if the average married man is going to hear this and go, this is actually great for me. This is what I wanted. or they're going to hear this and feel so attacked by their lack of masculinity, traditional masculinity,
All right.
that it's going to put them in a funk for the next week. And I'm warning you guys, this could put you in a funk for the next week because
And you ain't getting no funk.
No, you're getting it. Just not the way your wife wants it.
It just kind of goes to what I've always said.
Oh, my. You don't even know what we're going to talk about.
I am the funk master.
We'll get into it.
King Funk.
With Funk Master Tommy next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Gentlemen, do you want the good news or the bad news first about how your wives look at you?
But it doesn't sound like either's like great news.
Well, do you want the good or the bad?
Give me the bad.
Okay, the bad
Get
news.
out of the way.
You most likely don't look good enough to be your wife's sexual fantasy. And that matters for reasons we're about to tell you. But the good news, for the stuff that matters, you actually have a leg up on that guy that looks 100 times better than you.
Okay.
That is, if this matters more than a woman wanting you in the sack.
All right.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, Brit Floyd, the world's greatest live Pink Floyd experience returns to the West Terre Auditorium Theater March 19th with Pulse, their biggest production to date, featuring classic Pink Floyd tracks from Dark Side of the Moon, The Wall, Wish You Were Here, Animals, The Division Bell, and Metal.
Wow.
I know. Head to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win tickets plus a VIP meet and greet soundcheck experience for two, featuring a performance of 2 classic songs not in the show, tour lanyards, early access to merch, and more. Prize valued at 300 bones, buddy.
Damn, Pat.
Can't wait to win. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, yeah.
Just after 9:30. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long.
You're welcome.
And it turns out that if you find this in your backyard, it belongs to the state of New York.
But it's in my yard.
You will never guess what I'm going to tell you.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what it is just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Sexual desire versus lifelong happiness. Something that is broken down with women and what they're looking for in different partners.
Okay.
So this was a study of heterosexual women, and it got very interesting when they discovered what types of things they were looking for in a man. Tommy, they showed women pictures of ripped-ass dudes,
Right.
muscles bulging, pecs poking you right in the eye. And then they showed them pictures of the average American man.
Schlub.
Just the average American man.
American schlub.
Why you smell like that? The overwhelming majority of women said they would rather have a one-night stand with the ripped guy. Like it was a blowout.
All right, yeah.
They wanted sex with the ripped guy.
Well, he's physically attractive.
You got it.
All right, that makes sense.
So when it comes to sex, based on this study, your lady wants what you can't give her, and she wants it all night long.
Okay.
But like you said, that's not surprising.
Right.
However, something happened with the average-looking guy as well.
What happened?
Surprisingly, the ladies preferred the average-looking everyday man for a long-term relationship.
Yes.
The women polled assumed that those men had better personalities. They assumed they were funnier, which they said was one of the biggest deal for relationships. And they also said they wanted to settle down more with the average-looking man and make a life with them than the ripped guy. So, Tommy, we can take this information and we can deduce a couple of things. When it comes to a night of hot sex, you probably aren't your wife's first choice.
No, she wants that romance novel-looking guy.
Or romance. I mean, either one. Romance or romance.
You know what I mean.
Yeah. French romance. Romance. So when it comes to a one-night stand, your wife does not want you. When it comes to how she's sexually pleased, she does not look at you as her first choice. But odds are she'd much rather spend the rest of her life with you than that super good-looking guy she really wants to bang.
But that just makes perfect sense because in the end, she just wants to get things done. Right? She wants to achieve something. And so she's looking at her life.
Okay.
Chores, money, the mundane, raising kids, all the unsexy stuff you have to do every day.
Okay.
And she sees that you as a guy, as a steady Eddie, that's going to show up and get it done. And it has nothing to do with and I disagree with their sense of humor crap.
Oh,
what was the other one?
Well, no. How would you know? You don't have a good sense of humor.
They don't care
What was
about
the other one? I wasn't listening.
They don't have no sense. Women do not care about your sense of humor.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Oh, that gets you pretty far in the dating world.
Bro, look at your...
Because guess
here
what?
comes the old man wave. Here it comes. Here it
Most
comes.
guys look like that regular dude. So what's going to make you stand out? Your personality.
They want getting it done.
Wait
I'm
a
telling
minute.
you, getting it done.
Wait a minute. You're going to tell the woman what women want?
Getting it
Yes.
All right. So
She's too young to know.
All right. I don't
Because
mean
But she don't laugh at
that's
nothing.
not true. That's not true
you
because
ain't funny, bro.
Well, she ain't laughing at you either, chuckle butt.
Well, she doesn't get me. I'm a higher bro.
Is that what it is?
that's not true because I know women that they've dated guys that do all those things for them purely because they do all those things for them and it doesn't work out because there's no other connection other than they kind of get walked all over, right? And that can't be sustained in a relationship.
All right. let's talk about your theory, and I'm going to use you, and I'm not saying this to hurt you because you are my friend.
Here we go.
Okay.
You ready?
All right. So your argument.
Watch me get blasted.
Your argument is sense of humor doesn't matter.
No, they want somebody.
No. You said
lame people get things done, and that's what they want.
You said, and I quote, sense of humor doesn't matter to any woman.
No.
Okay.
Go home and tell your wife a joke. Watch her just, oh my God, pound the table laughter.
Sure.
What you think is funny, go home and say to your wife, let me know how that goes.
I will say this.
Yeah.
Your wife is beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
She is way over your head.
100%.
Right. Thank you, Kimmy. What do you think you are offering that woman other than your sense of
Daddy
humor?
getting it done.
No, you weren't, because you weren't offering her a home. You weren't like, what were you offering her?
I pick up the dog crap and stuff.
But she didn't
I know
know
where the
that
ladder
right
is.
up front.
I start the gas grill.
She did all of this stuff without you. She was a
Not
single
the gas
mother.
grill.
Okay.
Those children never had a hamburger.
But the
anytime
life you live blows up your theory. I offer so much to this woman while I live at her house.
I do a lot.
You
But here's
do
the thing.
not.
Like,
Okay,
all
I
right.
have to say this. You're not giving yourself enough credit because she found you charming, right? Like
I gotta
for
check.
whatever
We were
reason,
drinking that night.
she liked you. She probably found you funny. She found you charming. Like you won her over clearly with your personality.
All right, but we're talking personality. We're talking funny.
You think you have a person? Sorry.
I got some kind of personality. Something going on.
Yeah, you're so charming. 2 wives and a fiance in your wake. Oh, wow, that's a catch
And
right
by the
there.
way, like you're thinking sense of humor, like you're telling her jokes and she's gonna laugh. It could just be something you guys find the same things funny.
Okay,
you share
we don't.
laughs together. You're not,
And neither do you. Because how many times have you been watching something and
You've never
you
made
start
your wife
laughing
laugh.
and your wife looks at you and goes, why do you think that's funny? Or is she shocked? Do you think that gross thing or that disgusting thing, you laughing your ass off, she is appalled
I'm
by
not
it.
saying
It
you
happened to
find
us last night.
everything funny, but at some point you made your wife laugh.
I know, but in
Yeah,
general,
when he was like, let me pay for dinner.
I'm telling you, man, we don't even laugh at the same thing. So we like the same TV program, and we both come away with different takes on that TV program. Would I get entertained out of it, and would she get out of it? It's two different things.
Okay.
You don't have that with your old man?
No, I'm saying like there are things that he finds funny that I think are stupid and vice versa. But I do think like there are times when we laugh together. We find the same things funny. We can laugh at
It
ourselves.
happens, but it's like Haley's comic coming through.
Well, I think it happens more in the beginning, especially though, because you're not revealing your terrible side yet.
And you're not a mom.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying, man. Once a woman becomes a mom, the sense of humor changes. How she looks at things. That child could have gotten
this theory
hurt.
still blows up in your face because
Why?
if all these things you're saying are true, your wife would have never even spoke to you.
Right
Wait,
now.
you just gave 3 straight old
Three
man waves.
straight
And
old
he's
man
giving me
waves.
the old man wave, and I'm trying to give you credit.
All right, so
You're like, no, I suck.
So whether or not Tommy's theory holds true, the fact of the matter is, according to this study, your wife would rather have hot, passionate sex with a guy that looks way better than you, however, wants to spend the rest of her life with someone
All right,
that looks
settle
like
down.
you. Is this good?
Well,
Or is it bad?
I mean, in the end, you get her, and that guy don't.
Okay.
So it's a win.
Okay, but she wants
Just
it in
win, baby.
But she wants it in the end from the other guy.
But that's never going to happen because you settled for me.
Would you?
You're Al Davis.
You're almost like telling her like she fell for a trap.
No, but you're Al Davis. Just win, baby. Just win.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Would you rather be your wife's forever partner or her sexual fantasy? Because it sounds like you can't have both.
And you're never going to live up to the other. The guy that looks like that will never live up to that forever.
Speak for yourself, bro.
It don't happen.
Speak for yourself.
It ain't happening, man.
Let's do it. Ride it, my pony. Look, I asked this obviously as a hypothetical. If you have to be your wife's forever partner or her sexual fantasy, because let's say the women you work with, we're breaking down the guys that work here.
Mm-hmm. This building.
What was that giggle?
It was the exactly right giggle for
Look
the
around,
situation that
man.
we're in.
What a
All right,
troll fest.
let me ask you this. So
This whole building should be under a bridge.
all the women in the office, they're breaking down the men.
Yeah.
Would you be
Everybody came in last.
Would you be insulted if you weren't the one night stand material, but someone said, "Oh, I could see myself in a relationship with him"?
I mean, would I be insulted I wasn't the one night guy?
Well, no, you're not the one. No, I'm not going to have a one-night stand with Tommy. But I can see myself in a relationship with Tommy.
I mean, it's a second-place trophy, but it's not the worst.
But it's only slightly higher than friend zone.
Yeah.
Because they see someone else as being able to give them more sexual pleasure, which is what guys, admit it or not, hang their hat on as a big part of being a man.
Right.
Laying it down, giving her what she wants. Mama want a piece of that. Like being the forever partner, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's the best thing.
But
you're just second place to some dude.
But you're not a fantasy.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if this is good or bad for men.
Do most guys think they're a fantasy?
Yeah,
Like a fantasy.
You're asking.
We just call yourself a troll under a bridge, so technically that's part of a fantasy world.
Yeah.
And like, here's the thing, man. I know you're trying to be like, oh man, like all guys suck. I know you think for your age bracket you are a sexual fantasy.
Oh, in the senior leagues, I could probably pull it off.
You know what's funny, though? I wonder if this opinion changes as you get older, because I'm sure that if you talk to women, their best sexual experience doesn't always coincide with the best-looking person they had sex with.
Thank God for us.
Yeah.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah, I think that's the case.
So your husband wasn't your best sexual experience?
I did not say
No,
that.
I'm just trying to figure it out. Hold on. I'm just trying to figure out because you said the best-looking man wasn't always the best-looking sexual experience. Is your husband the best-looking man you've ever dated?
Of course he is.
So he's your best sexual experience?
Yes.
So that blows up your theory.
Okay, can I just explain my point?
Oh, not so fun when someone else does it.
I could see a woman seeing that fantasy guy, fantasy built dude, and thinking, well, he's in it for, he seems selfish, he's in it for himself.
Self-centered.
So therefore he may not be what I picture at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, think about that. Let's say you're a regular guy, but you can bring it downstairs.
See, you're already doing
Like you feel like you don't that guy's not going to try as hard.
That chubby boy can clean a plate.
That's not what she's saying. You just heard
I don't know what he's saying.
You just heard he
Fat daddy downstairs cleaning mama's plate.
Fat Daddy downstairs cleaning mama's plate is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
He's a fat daddy and he's cleaning his mama's plate.
Not his mama's plate.
Well, it's his mother of his children.
What the hell is wrong with
It's
you?
a deep south. It's fine in church.
252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently. I'm sorry you guys had to hear that sitting on hold. Again, a new study reveals that women, when shown pictures of ripped, sexy, good-looking fantasy dudes, said those were the guys that they wanted to have a one-night stand with. Not surprising. However, when then shown pictures of regular, everyday men, they didn't want to have a long-term relationship with the sexy guys. They looked at the men that weren't ripped and sexy as long-term relationship material. The women polled assumed they had better personalities. They assumed they were funnier, which they said was a big deal for them. They also assumed those were men that wanted to settle down and make a life. And the question is, yes, you won the game. You are the woman that you're the man that your woman wants long-term.
Yes.
But you ain't the sexual fantasy. Redneck's on CMF. Hey, Redneck, what's up, buddy?
Pat, this train has derailed a long time ago, but thanks for stating the obvious on everything on this conversation.
What's that?
This is a human nature thing. I mean, me and my wife, we talk about guys in movies and stuff like that, just like I talk about women in movies. Her guy is Bruce Willis and Sylvester Stallone. My woman is Jennifer Aniston and Mariah Carey. I mean, everybody wants something that they can't have. And it's more comfortable to be with a regular, normal person than somebody that either looks fake or is trying to impress somebody for no reason.
Okay. So first off, way to describe your wife. That was brilliant.
Regular, normal person.
No, but Redneck, here's the difference. And yes, I understand that everyone wants to have sex with a fantasy seems like a normal take. But what's interesting about this study, Redneck, is according to this study, your wife would want to bang the hell out of Bruce Willis. But
By the way, you should probably Google him.
Well, at least get on it
fast. He's a little dementia now. So
the difference is this, Redneck. This theory says that your wife would bang Bruce Willis, but wants to make a life with you. And if your wife is listening, I'm sorry. But the fact of the matter is, if you met Mariah Carey before your wife, and Mariah Carey was like, please marry me and spend a life with me, you wouldn't be like, nah, too hot. I don't think you're going to be good wife material. Would you, Redneck?
Well, the too hot thing, I would. That is something that rolls through my mind. That I'd never have her. You know, she's too hot. I'm just a normal guy. Blah blah blah. And I think that's every guy.
No, but I mean, if Mariah Carey looked you in the face and said, "Spend my life with me. Spend your life with me. I want to be with you," you'd be like, "No, I want, as you put it, a regular-looking woman to spend my life with."
I think I would go with a regular-looking woman because
why you
listen. I'm not lying because I'd always have it in the back of my head that she would find somebody better than me or better looking or be interested, or other guys would, I'd have to walk around behind her with a big stick and beat them off. But
well, listen, man, if you started beating off other guys, I think Mariah Carey's going to leave.
Well, you know what I mean.
I'm just using your okay. So it's your insecurity that would keep you from wanting to be with Mariah Carey for the rest of your life.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's a fair statement.
And me and the wife, we get along good. You know, she laughs every time I pull my pants down, so I guess that's a plus.
And I mean, the bonus is you don't have to beat off other guys to get her to like you.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
God.
I'm just asking a question
on a Saturday night.
You guys are nuts today.
Red Knight, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest.
Okay, I can see that. Like, that person is just too far out of my league. I'm not going to, this isn't sustainable.
Okay.
And that's a valid point.
Yeah.
But what I heard in that phone call, and you know I love Redneck, I think he's a smart guy.
Great guy. One of your top necks.
What I heard was wisdom, because he's an older cat.
Yeah, Southern wisdom.
When you're in your 20s and 30s, you know, the ages where you traditionally get married for the first time.
Yeah.
I don't think guys have that wisdom.
No, of course not.
Right? That's stuff that he learned.
Oh, yeah. You're looking for something different in your 20s than you are in your 30s, 40s, 50s. But it probably changes as you go.
Exactly. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let me ask you this question. Would you rather be, Tommy, known as the world's best husband or the world's best one-night stand?
Oh, you'd rather be a husband.
No, the world's best champion, a number one, nobody better on the planet. They
Husband. Husband's going to get you way farther in this world than one-night stand. Will.
You think being the world's best husband to one person for the rest of your life will get you way farther than
it's going to make your life a lot easier. One-night stands are miserable.
Unless you're the world's best.
Yeah, but nobody is. Nobody's ever achieved that, and their lives are miserable.
Oh, no. Like logically, there is somebody who is the world's best one-night stand. That person has to exist.
Yeah, and he's probably in high demand.
Yeah, he is. And it ain't you.
I take husband.
Okay. God, is your wife listening right now?
No, he's right. Wouldn't that make your life easier?
Way easier, and way less expensive, way less drama. Are you kidding me, man?
Okay. I don't know if I believe you, and that's fine. Look, sometimes we got to say things to protect what we got, like a house that we live in.
The skank life is not a good life.
The skank life?
It's a skank life.
Worst Paris Hilton reality show. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, a study showed that women, by far, wanted a sexual one-night stand with ripped jack dudes, pictures they were shown. But, surprisingly, when they were shown pictures of regular ass, everyday dudes, those were the guys they chose to have long-term relationships with. They assumed that they would be better partners.
Steady.
Better sense of humor. Yeah, well, you keep staying steady. There were different things in there. Let's talk to Andy. Hey, Andy. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Andy.
So you had kind of two questions there. You asked another question about what was the second question?
Would you rather be the world's best husband or the world's best one-night stand?
Yeah, so regarding that, I almost think world's best one-night stand might get you further in life because all it takes is the right person that you lay with, and it's almost like a status symbol, you know?
Ooh.
Other women can get flocking. I mean, you can get famous from it.
He's right. There are dudes that make a living just from having sex with the right woman.
Gigolo.
Yeah.
Not David Lee Roth style.
The initial question, though, I think I'd want to be known as the person who can give a good one-night stand.
So you'd rather be laying it down guy than relationship guy?
Yeah, I think so. And it's just because I already have my foot in the door with something that's very important, which is being in the sack with her.
Okay.
With that being said, you're not locked down to that one person. It kind of opens doors to more people, as opposed to just being locked down to one.
All right,
now,
Andy,
obviously,
Andy, let me ask you this question before we continue here.
Go.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
There's the difference, right? You heard a married
No,
man.
I've been single. I'm in my 20s, and I've been single since high school.
Okay, so there's the difference between the wisdom of
He's a
redneck,
kid.
yes, and a guy who, I mean, is driven by their dog. And look, Randy, I don't mean that as an insult.
No,
we were
that's
all.
not it. That's not it, though. I haven't done anything with a woman in a very long time, and that's just because
What?
I need a connection.
Okay.
I can't just have one
I
night
need a
stands, and then
connection.
I need to have a connection there.
Andy,
Just
we're
get
not
out to the
blaming you.
bar.
Like, I would think a lot of 20-year-olds have that same take.
What, they need a
Oh, no,
connection?
being the world's best one-night stand.
Oh, gotcha.
No, look, we're not judging you for that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You can judge me however you want. I'm just kind of looking at it from the aspect of finding the right person. I mean, there's been a lot of women that have talked about, the importance of having sex sooner than later in a relationship because that can kind of be a make it or break it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I mean, I think if you're able to lay someone down in the sack and you got them there, you can make that into a relationship as opposed to vice versa.
If you can lay it down in the sack, you got her
I
for
think
life.
it's a lot harder to do if you just are talking to someone and then, I don't know. I just think it's
Well,
easier.
if you refer to your bed as
easier
the
to get into a
sack,
relationship.
We
we're
said
going
the
back
s-
to my sack,
we
baby.
said the sack multiple times. You're going to kill him for saying what we said? Andy,
You know what? I've never used that expression really until I'm on this show. It's like
Don't
my
blame me for your filthy mouth.
Andy, thanks for the
Get
call,
out to the
buddy. I
bars and have
appreciate
some
it.
fun. You're 20.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said into a microphone I haven't had sex in a long time.
Yeah, just go out and have
We thought
fun.
we were like being, I don't know.
Hey, don't look for the girl of your dreams right now.
Well,
I mean,
you're
it's
always looking
okay.
for
She ain't out there
Oh,
yet,
shut
bro.
up, man.
Go
I
have
like
your
guys
your
like
girl of
you.
your dreams is when you're 35. Go have fun.
But I find it interesting the side by side of a guy with wisdom who's been married for a long time versus a guy who's single who hasn't had sex in a long
Yeah.
time, right? Like,
Yeah.
and I find it funny too that the 20-year-old kid thinks that good sex is a window into a relationship,
Mm-hmm.
because Kimmy's right. Most of the time, obviously,
One night stand.
Well, just someone that you've hooked up with early.
Yeah.
And obviously, the three of us are the exception. But how is the person that you had the best sex with the person that you ended up marrying? I mean, yes,
Yeah.
obviously with me and you and Kimmy, but everybody else, I don't know.
I don't know either.
And the most interesting part of this whole thing,
What's that?
like being a good husband partner, is a much more difficult task, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not easy to stay ripped and limber and give her the time of her life, but like the patience you would need, the hard work with somebody else, the understanding, the time you'd invest. Some of the smartest, most hardworking people that ever lived have multiple marriages.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy, you know more than anybody how hard that stuff is.
Ooh, it's tough, huh?
Like, all jokes aside, it would be much harder to be the world's best husband.
Oh, sure. There's way more to negotiate and navigate.
So you'd rather be that? Is what we're all lying to ourselves and saying right now at this point in our lives?
Well, it's more comforting.
Okay.
I will say this, and I don't
All right.
know if this is a factor.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You won't really know if you're the world's best one-night stand. You will know if you're the best husband.
Yeah, I get a mug.
Yeah.
Well, I just think life-wise, your life's going to be easier if you're one, and the other one you're really never going to know.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
You won't even get to enjoy the fact that you are because there'll always be like some doubt there.
There it is. So we'd rather be the world's best husband, despite the fact that our wives would much rather have a one-night stand with somebody else. All right, let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, time to get down on it.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. And if you find this in your backyard,
And you're saying it's not mine?
it's in your backyard.
But you say I don't own it.
No, the state of New York owns it. And this is the
Well, then get it out of my yard.
No,
state
but
of New
no,
York.
you want this. You want this bad.
But I don't own it.
You will not own it. According to this law,
But I
that's
need
been
it.
around since the beginning of this country. We'll tell you all about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. If you were to find this on your property, you would be over the moon.
Oh.
It would be life-changing.
Oh.
You wouldn't even think it was real.
Yeah.
You'd be like, this can't be.
I mean, our area is not really known for it. But it turns out if you end up finding this on your property in New York State, don't celebrate because it's not yours.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, the state of New York is coming for it.
I have to give it to them?
Because it's not yours.
Do I have to officially, if I find whatever this is, do I have to notify the state?
Well, let's put it this way. If you find it, you're already in trouble because the state would already know based on the procedure.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Head to the contest page at WCMF.com. And if your chance to win a pair of lawn seats to see the Outlaw Music Festival featuring Mellencamp, Bob freaking Dylan,
What?
and the redheaded stranger himself, Willie Nelson, September 17th, Darien Lake Amphitheater, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets for that show go on sale in 17 minutes.
Come on.
So, best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. We'll get to all that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
You disgusting bastard. Listen to what this man did. All the disgusting things all week long. It's a creep cap. Happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
So what's this brewery operation called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Eclipse in Your Mouth. Mouth to can to mouth.
Oh, my God.
So you can go either way. It's completely street legal.
How did we end up with a human centipede?
Brew sauce.
I think
crowd control, get off me, mom. This is just wrong. You own my mom.
Because, like, I know, Kimmy, your husband's like this. I have this problem. I have powerful thighs.
So does your mom. You must run in the family.
Yeah.
You like hose water?
I told you, I love it.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
What? What do you got going on?
I just got into the water game. Big money in a water game, you know?
No kidding.
Yeah, I got this little kiosk I just opened up in the men's room.
Wait. What's the business called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Fashioned Hose to Your Mouth Hose Water Sauce. I'll hose your mouth good.
And sneakers.
Happy birthday. Here's your chicken wing, Mr. Fireman. Papa's gonna pay for them tatas. I don't want to happen to you what happened to your mama.
One of my coworkers. We were having some drinks.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, he asked me how much it would cost to buy a pair of your panties.
Oh, he's missing a grill cover? I got swollen bosom, baby. You don't come around the shack no more.
Opening up on the You Might Need a Salad tour. Swollen Bosoms Jr.
The shacks are shaking, don't bother peeking.
Swollen Bosoms Jr. don't ride. I love chip beef on toast.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why? Why is that of interest to you?
Bro, I got this new little discount kiosk.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Where you can stretch your money.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Salty Creamy Direct from the Can to Your Mouth Sauce. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. Tommy, if you were digging in your backyard and you found gold, you would be over the moon.
Yeah, I ain't saying nothing.
Your life ain't changing. Your life, it's never the same. It's changing.
So,
for
like,
the better.
this is like straight out of the ground gold.
Yeah, you're rich. It's in your backyard.
Yeah.
You know, turns out you're not rich.
Why?
All gold found on any property in the state of New York is owned by the state of New York.
How is that if it's on my proper time?
It's called the Mine Land Reclamation Law. It's something that I believe it was News 10 discovered this week, and it's a law on the books here in New York State, a holdover from a law called the King's Law that dates back to 1776.
Kind of thought we fought a war to kind of wipe those laws off the books.
Well, it turns out they kept this one when they
Yeah, of
decided
course they did.
to start a new country. So, based on the law in New York State,
Yeah.
if you find gold anywhere on property that you own, it is not your gold. It is the gold of New York State.
But how would they even know? Let's say I score it and I sell it under the T.
So here's how. The DEC says if you want to search for minerals like gold on your property, you need a permit from the state so they know. And if you found a little bit of gold, odds are there's more gold.
Oh, yeah, keep digging, buddy.
You would want a legitimate mining operation to do it. Two things. One, no legitimate mining operation, and again, this is all over our heads, I've never heard of this before, would work without this permit. Two, if the state knows you're filing the permit, they want to know what you're looking for.
Look at them to grab everything, even the goddamn dirt.
Now, here's the thing. Before you start freaking out, there is no example that we could find of this ever being used, this law. So it could be one of these laws that's just outdated, nobody ever looked at it, and if it push came to shove,
Yeah.
the state of New York would be like, yeah, we're not going to take your gold from you.
So let's say, because I know some people just do this as a hobby, they pan for gold.
You're allowed to do that.
Okay.
Wait, that's fine?
So it's the digging, it's like the mining aspect of it that's going to get you in trouble.
Yes,
so
like
floating gold, I'm all right.
And even like tiny, like sifting through dirt,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
okay. It's the actual, like, oh my God,
Digging.
I found something big. I'm going to start digging stuff.
Like a
That's where,
cave.
that's where the state
Right.
of New York, because
Mine shaft.
an example was given of the Herkimer diamond mines and how that's okay for people to take out, and I guess they have some special thing.
Okay.
But
What a weird law.
I wonder if, like, the state of New York, if this was brought to them, if
Yeah.
they'd be like, yeah, we're going to change this. This
They
is
should,
stupid.
because it sounds like the British wrote it.
They should, until like it's your neighbor running the mining operation.
Great point.
Because then you just want that shut down immediately, right?
Well, although
Well, I'm
they might
guessing
not
it's more like people with acreage
Yeah,
that would find
but it
something
still
like this
backs
on
up
a
to
farm
somebody
or
else's
something.
property,
Well,
right?
I mean, acreage or not, yards are part of what was acreage at one
Yeah.
point. So there could be gold on your property right now. Now, I don't know how much gold is in the state of New York's ground. I mean, there's a reason why they're the Buffalo Bills, not the Buffalo 49ers.
I don't know if this was like gold country.
Gold country?
Gold country.
Gold! But I do wonder if this counts for everything you find in the ground. Like, let's say I find a T-Rex fossil in my backyard. By the way, those things go for big money. Did you know that?
Yeah, any kind
yeah.
of bones, or fossils, bones, any of that kind of stuff.
But like in other states, you own that fossil, and they've been auctioned off at places like Sotheby's for tens of millions of dollars.
Well, I guess it's the same thing. If you find like ancient Indian burial grounds on your property, I'm guessing.
Why would you dig up people?
No, but let's say you discover
Like
like
you're
something.
digging for something else.
Let's just say you're putting trees in or something. You hit one of these sites. What do you do with it?
Well, now you have to move because you've been cursed forever. 'Cause
Yeah.
you
What if
disrupted.
I'm nice to them?
Hey, sorry about that.
I'm guessing you had to call the state.
Well, yeah, but that's a human body. You're talking about like artifacts you would find from
Right.
like Native Americans. Do those
Oh
belong
yeah,
to
Civil
you?
War stuff, Revolutionary War.
Like who does that belong to? Because I mean, technically, there are still.
I'm thinking it's yours.
So there are still laws on the books, and they're really weird
Mm.
about like if you find a sunken ship,
Yeah.
right? Like
Yeah.
if that ship at any time belonged to another country, like say it's sunk in the 1700s, and you pull it up, that country could say we want that ship back and everything that's included.
Yeah, but you don't own the area it resides.
Maritime law, though, like if it's a private ship and you go down and get it, it's yours.
Really?
It's weird. Yes, I was just
Oh.
reading about this like 2 weeks ago. It's the strangest
How
thing.
did your husband handle it?
I didn't get it.
I don't
so,
get that joke
yeah,
where
you're
you're
gonna have to
Sunken
explain.
chest.
Oh, all right.
Now I
Yeah,
got it.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, I should have got it. 252 WCMF. It turns out if you find gold on your property in New York State, it is not yours. It belongs to the state of New York, thanks to a holdover called the King's Law, now called the Mine.
It literally says King's Law. What a dick law.
Well, there's a King's Highway and a
I
right of way.
know.
They didn't change that.
It's true.
I almost want to. I hope somebody finds gold
I do too.
Yeah.
because I want to see what happens. Right?
Well, it's possible people have found gold
And just
and
kept
they just
it.
never said anything.
Okay, well, yeah.
I'm guessing that would be the move for most people. Like, you may not start your own mining operation, but if you find a little bit of gold,
Like,
doing
what would you
something
do
maybe
with
you
it?
weren't supposed to.
Well, sell
Because
it.
you would find like raw gold, right? It's not like in a brick or
Well,
anything.
oh, you mean like I get salmonella from it?
You got to be careful. Don't lick your gold.
You can bring it to a pawn shop. They melt it down.
Would they take golden nuggets like that, like just pieces of gold like that?
Why not?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know.
gold,
It's gold.
right?
Because they might look at it and go, there's no market for this.
It'd be pure gold. They could melt it down and make it into whatever
Yeah.
they wanted to.
All
It's
right.
pure gold. Gold!
And it's pure profit because you didn't spend no money on it.
No, I mean, other than the shovel.
Mm-hmm.
Like the state of New York would have to say, if someone were to come across this massive trove of gold in their
Yeah.
backyard, just from the PR point, they would have to say, yeah, no, you can keep that gold, right? Like they would look like such monsters.
Yes.
They came and took it over.
Yes.
We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing Monday, next in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Audio Friday Rapperoo.
Yep, for a Friday Break Room CMF. We got to get out of the way.
Okay.
All right. Hope everybody has a good weekend.
Yeah, tear it up.
Stay safe. I'll see you guys at the Aquinas Mission Bouts tonight. I know you're excited about it.
Oh, yeah. They're in the line out the door to watch that.
Well, there is a line out the door. It
I'm
sells out
sure,
every
yeah.
year.
They prove me wrong, boys.
They do
Prove
it
me wrong.
and girls, also girls.
Wait, there's girl boxing?
Yeah,
You watched it.
My youngest, it's going to do it next year it's her first year.
There was no girls
Yes,
boxing.
there
were, you idiot.
We were at when we went to go watch Pat Box. There were a couple of women that were in it.
I don't remember. I wasn't even drinking. Talk to them about that, will you?
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. It might have been all that cologne from the guys in front of you.
Bro, I was getting dizzy off of Tony.
You want to try that again?
No. I stand behind my statement.
For Kimmy,
yeah,
who needed her sunken chest joke explained to her.
So did you.
Yeah, I did. You're right. For Tommy Muley, who will never be mistaken for having a sunken chest. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you Monday morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.